I don't have a ponytail, just for the record. No ponytail.
Although he did have a ponytail at one point when we first got together. Uh, he's pretty hot. He's still kind of hot. um, Thank you.
I'm just your run of the mill Irishman.
I agree, Velvet. I love ponytails. I'm trying to talk him into growing back his hair, but uh, has something to do with work. So anyway,
I can't do it for work. If there is an ammonia leak, I have to be able to put on a respirator, and it has to get airtight fit. And I can't do that with long hair. I'm technically not supposed to have a beard either, but I still grow one.
I mean, those ammonia leaks aren't like they don't happen very often, right?
No, it's relatively rare. I think they've only had one in the last 25 years. But in case it does happen, you got to be prepared.
I see.
Otherwise, you're dead.
Yeah, on a shell. I think one of the um, somebody wanted to hear about or wanted to talk about top politics or whatever, babe.
Okay. Buddy asked me a question. He said, Matthew, do you work around ammonia refrigeration? Yes, sir, I do.
Oh, okay.
Close enough. Ammonia refrigeration. Queen Ashley said she showed up to an ammonia leak when she worked in an ambulance. When I showed up, everyone was stiff, so they were all dead already. Yeah, ammonia is pretty gnarly stuff. If it doesn't kill you, um, it'll give you what's called wet lung. It's basically chemical burns on your lungs. It's a type of chemical pneumonia, which can kill you later. It's very, very foul stuff.
Hey, Matt. Matt.
Yeah, go ahead.
Matt.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so have you heard anything about like the healthcare? What are they gonna do with the whole healthcare plan?
As far as I know, they're getting rid of individual mandates right now. I think there's supposed to be three different phases of it, and what they're doing right now is getting rid of the individual mandate and the employer mandate, um, basically forcing people to buy health care, or penalizing them through the IRS. So they're getting rid of that first because that was really hurting a lot of people. Basically, the government forcing people to purchase something whether they could afford it or not. It's not the government's job. So it's going to get rid of that. And the whole thing is Obamacare spiraling out of control as it is, anyways. It was going to go to a single payer program. So in a system like that, if you get sick, say, you have something serious going on, the doctor might say, well, I'll see you in 6 months, because there's only one healthcare provider through the state. So, your lines are a mile long out the door, and it just causes a bunch of problems. We don't want single payer here.
So, but do you know if they're like gonna repeal Obamacare, or are they gonna keep it? Are they gonna rewrite it? What are they gonna do?
As far as I know, some people want a full repeal and replace. Other people want to keep certain parts of Obamacare that they think were okay. So I'm not fully sure what's going to happen yet. I don't think they even really fully know what's going to happen yet.
There's some crazy stuff going on.
Yeah, no, it really is.
I mean, I'm kind of glad, that we got a president that's kind of working on getting us out of this hole that we freaking dug. But my lord.
Yeah, no, there was some issues with Obama. What he was basically trying to push is European style socialism, and it's pretty much been rejected for the most part. I mean, we're still pretty much a massive welfare state in certain areas like California, New York. They're massive welfare states. That's probably never going to change. And actually, the welfare state is an unintended consequence of socialism, but it's something that we see that's very common in socialist countries. And that was the Obamacare was the socialization of the medical industry, by the government.
Yes, sir. I like the way you put stuff easy to understand.
Yeah, I try to just keep it simple as possible because it really is pretty simple. It's not that difficult to understand. They're basically just pushing socialism is what it is.
Yeah.
There's really nothing more to it than that. They might call it different things and they might act like it's something different, but don't let them fool you because it's not. It's just socialism.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, no, I agree, man. That was a problem. And for the people that couldn't find a second job, they would have to unfortunately do things like go get food stamps to feed their family. And it was just increasing the welfare state. It's all the 8 years of Obama has been increasing the welfare state for 8 years straight. And it's almost wrecked this country, but we might hopefully have a chance to turn it around. Yeah, yeah, no, yeah, I'm on the same page with that one, man. I think if somebody is ill, whether it's mentally or physically, or say, a disabled veteran or, kids in foster care, I don't mind my tax dollars going to support those people. I have no issue with supporting the elderly. But yeah, people that use welfare like it's a career choice, yeah, that's a problem, man. They need to get kicked off ASAP. I guess the problem is how do you weed them out? There's so many people that take advantage of the system. I almost wonder if it's impossible to even weed them all out. Yeah, and that's the same exact kind of problem that we have out here in California too. And I had read the other day that it's about 1/5 of the inmate population in this country is here illegally also. So on top of it, we're paying for that as well. We got the people over here committing crimes and getting caught. They're not getting, shipped back to their country. At least they weren't under Obama. And we're sitting here supporting them. And it's like more like $100,000 a year to support one inmate in jail. That's more than I even make in a year. It's crazy. Yeah, you're talking basically about the prison industrial complex. Yeah, I know where you're getting at with that. Yeah, it's a joke, man. The way that they're running this thing, and they're getting away with it too. That's the worst part is that they're allowed to get away with this kind of stuff. Yeah, yeah, no, you're right, man. That's pretty much what it is. It is like a new form of slavery, and they're doing such a good job of wrecking the middle class with all the socialist programs that they're introducing, that they're actually, they're not helping the poor, but they're dragging us down in the process. It's just like these minimum wage increases they want in California. We want $15 an hour to work at Burger King. Okay, look, I understand some people work at Burger King. I'm not knocking that. At least they're working. But if you want $15 an hour, the taxpayers, we're gonna eat that. We're gonna eat that cost, man, because the prices are gonna go up. And not only that, but these guys are already figuring out how to mechanize everything. They're just gonna run everything you know, with uh, with robots, and then they're doing it on the dairies. We're already seeing that roll out. It's backfiring in their face. Yeah, that's it. I'm looking in the room, and John Campbell said minimum wage was zero when the economy was really booming here. It's exactly right, man. He's talking about the free market, man. That's free market capitalism right there. There was no minimum wage. You know, you were paid based on your service and what the market said your service was worth. And what you said was exactly right, man. They're dumping all this monopoly money into the economy, and they're wrecking the economy. You know, they're causing inflation and they're causing all these issues. That's why back in the '70s, my grandpa bought a house for $7,000, and now I could buy one for maybe 300,000 if I'm lucky with a $30,000 down payment. It's ridiculous. Oh no, it's cool, man. Yeah, you didn't hijack anything. We were actually just trying to get a conversation going on here. I actually got a day off from work and got a bunch of stuff out of the way today, so I kind of wanted to get on here and BS with you guys a little bit. Yeah, and that's something me and my wife have talked about, and you might be right. You very well could be right. He could just be another selected candidate. I hope that he's not. Well, millions of people hope that he's not, but I don't hold my breath on anything, man. At the end of the day, we'll judge him by his actions, and we'll know. You know what I mean? When it comes down to it, when the shit hits the fan, there won't be any hiding it. So like I said, I hope that's not true, but it wouldn't surprise me. There's not a whole lot that would surprise me at this point. Yeah, no, I agree with you, man. I mean, I'm, here in California, yeah, and I am pro California. I love California. I don't like the way it's being run right now. But as far as that goes, I mean, yeah, nobody has a problem with Hispanic people coming here for a better life. I mean, I get it. My wife is Hispanic. My mom is part Hispanic, making me part Hispanic. So there's no issue there with that. But it's like you said, man, come through the front door. You want to come here the right way. Well, a million people do it every year. They come here the legal way, and they do it the right way. And I don't like it when people come illegally and claim poverty, or when they get here, when damn well they paid a coyote $4,000 or $5,000 to smuggle them across the border. If you can come up with 4 or 5 grand to pay a coyote to smuggle you across the border, then hey man, you can try to get here legally, and you can try to do it the right way. But what it comes down to is down there. I've had a lot of friends from south of the border, man, and they're taught reconquista, reconquering the Southwest. They believe that the United States stole the Southwest from them, and I believe the reason they believe that is just out of ignorance, because they're ignoring history. It wasn't stolen from them. There was a whole bunch of events that led up to that. But they just want to focus on the one thing. Oh, America stole the Southwest from us, and it was Mexico. But they also fail to acknowledge the fact that when the mestizos came back up here after kicking Spain out, they enslaved the native populations that were here. They came up here and they told the Indians, "Hey, convert to Catholicism or die." Is basically what they did, and they enslaved them as well. I mean, I read one story about this little Mexican girl. She was like 12 or 13, came up here to California during the Reconquista after they kicked Spain out, and this one little girl had 5 or 6 Indian slaves. So that's how the Indians were being treated when Mexico came, when the mestizos came here to reconquer it. And they're, like I said, dude, they're just ignoring big old chunks of history, and they're using the selective outrage to basically try to guilt us into having some kind of self-hatred or American guilt or whatever because we're here. Well, I belong here. My family's been here for centuries. And we could trace it back, a long, long way. So this whole Reconquista thing is really what we kind of got to stand up against with the La Raza movements and all that, man. That's what they're all about. Yeah, yeah. I'm looking at the chat and I see Will Durant popping off. He said, Matthew, don't pretend you're Hispanic when you say coyote. You're white, bro. Yeah, I didn't say. I said my mom. If you listen, I said my mom is part Hispanic. I didn't say she was Hispanic, full Hispanic. I said she was part Hispanic, making me part Hispanic as well. If you know what a Hispanic is, you know that that's a term for Europeans from Iberia, Spain, Portugal. We put the term Hispanic on people here because they're mestizo. They're a mixture of Spanish or Portuguese and Native American. So, you can sit there and pop off all you want, but it just shows you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Yeah, no, what you're saying, yeah, you're absolutely right, Hank. They don't know about the history of Santa Anna. I mean, he was brutal, man. He was a brutal dictator, and they people don't like to look at that history. I mean, what Mexico did is they allowed Americans to come into modern day Texas to set up farms and homesteads there, but they were trying to use the Americans as a buffer zone between the Comanches and the Apaches who were attacking the Mexicans because the Mexicans were have, basically stripped them of their land. So they invited the Americans in not because they were nice and they wanted to be our friends, but they wanted to use Americans as a buffer zone, so that the Mexican citizens could get away from the attacking natives. And what eventually started happening is more and more Americans started coming in and becoming pretty powerful in the area. And the new ruler, over Mexico, didn't like that, so they pretty much started oppressing and attacking the Americans, and they killed a whole bunch of them and stripped them of their land and kicked all the women and children off. It was a pretty bad deal what happened, man. It was real heavy handed and real authoritarian, and that's what started the war. It was that one action of Santa Anna, and the things that they did right there in that area. Yeah, yeah, dude. Syria is a mess, man. I mean, just the total destabilization of that region. I mean, Syria's been destabilized. Egypt was destabilized. Libya destabilized. Yemen's been destabilized. I mean, it just goes on and on, man. Of these countries that there's people, the powers that be have destabilized and they're wrecking. And yeah, that has caused that mass flood into Europe, the mass flood of so-called refugees into Europe. And I'm sure some of them really are legitimate refugees, but mixed in there, you have these fighters from these different organizations that pretty much just want to go over there and cause trouble and try to take the areas over and stuff. Yeah, what did Assad do, man? I mean, I don't know. It's the same question. What did What did Mubarak do? What did Gaddafi do? I mean, were they perfect? No, they weren't perfect, but they were some of the more lenient, I guess you could call lenient dictators in their areas.
Yeah, Assad wears a suit and tie, and his wife, she don't wear the hijab or whatever that thing's called, and she speaks like a bunch of different languages, and they seem very, Western. And Gaddafi may have had his traditional garb, but he seemed very, I don't know, pro Libya. I mean, he seemed like me, you know. He seemed like a nationalist. What I've seen of him, what he did for his country, and I think his people loved him for it. And uh, what I think is going on is I think we're mowing the backyard for the three allies we have over there. Israel, of course, number one. I don't know if I can call them an ally or let's just call them an ally. Okay. Israel and Saudi Arabia and Turkey. It's like we're mowing their backyard. What else are we doing over there? I mean, Obama wanted to put a wall up on the southern border of Turkey, but if you put a wall up here, it's racist. You know, it's odd to me that our military is mowing someone else's backyard, and that's how I see it. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah, and I see your point of view, man. And I mean, you might be right, man. And you look at, like Mubarak, he was, Egypt was an ally of ours. I mean, we were allies with them for 30 years. And then they turn around and they stab him in the back. And the way they did Gaddafi, man, that was terrible. I mean, like I said, man, Gaddafi wasn't perfect, but did he deserve to be dragged through the street and, sodomized with a knife and murdered? I don't think he deserved that. And look at what's taken over those areas, man. It's gotten bad. It's gotten worse. It's gone from like not perfect but not terrible to really bad. Same thing in Syria, man. And I see your point, dude. It almost is kind of like we're mowing their backyard for them. You know what I mean? And if that's the case,
Well,
that ain't right.
it depends, though, what you mean by mowing their backyard. If we're talking about defending, I'll use Israel as an example. There are huge Microsoft factories, huge numbers of American interests. I think sometimes when people use the expression of mowing their backyard, they might not understand, for example, how many of the parts in your cell phones and computers and automobiles come from South Korea. So are we really, defending South Korea's backyard, or are we defending our own economic interest because in that country, like Israel or South Korea, we have a vested interest in making sure that they're secure from any threats. So you have to be really careful when you talk about, all we're doing is protecting some other country. You have to look at, are we really protecting that country, or are we protecting ExxonMobil and their oil platforms? Are we protecting, this, that, and the other thing?
So we pay for it with blood of the innocent, and even worse, blood of
Wait,
our
I'm
military
sorry,
men.
blood of the innocent, or blood of people who volunteer to join the military? I'm not, what blood of the innocent, what innocent people are required to join the military? I'm confused.
We see these bombs these Americans make, they're really big, and sometimes they hit children. So blood of the
Right. Well,
innocent,
sure,
right?
that's true.
And also the blood of our military men.
Right.
So
That's
that's
why
what
we
we're
invented
paying
things like
for.
laser. That's why we invented laser guided smart bombs instead of carpet bombing like in World War II, to reduce as much as we can innocent life. However, if you're an innocent person and you're walking within 10 meters of the ISIS flag, fuck you and too bad.
I'm just saying I don't give my consent.
I think Richard does have a pretty good point though when he talks about us protecting our interests. Looking at it from that perspective, yeah, no, I think he's right. But I can see Hank's side of it too, man. As a taxpayer, I understand that you do not agree with the way your taxpayers, your tax money's getting spent. I got you, man. I mean, I can see both of your perspectives and say, hey, you both got pretty good points on that one.
Well, my question though, or my overall point, was not necessarily that I'm correct or that Hank is incorrect or that Hank is correct. My overall point is you need to know all of the information. You need to know exactly what they're protecting, why they're protecting it. I mean, are we in Afghanistan to promote, poppies and heroin, or are we there to protect the rare earth minerals that they have a huge supply of? Are we protecting South Korea? I think South Korea is an obvious example where we are protecting our economic interest. But when you look at these things, my only point is to make sure that you're assessing what's going on correctly. And oftentimes, as civilians, not necessarily privy to all of the information, we're not really sure. But one thing I think everybody could probably agree on is that when the elite send people to die and kill people, they're not doing it out of the goodness of their heart and compassion to protect, the rights of innocent people. They really are doing it because they think dollars for donuts, we're going to be better off, not for any other reason. And that reason is okay with me. I want our economic interests protected. If that causes a little freedom, to flourish, that's great too. But, I don't have a problem with defending countries where we have a vested economic interest and we would lose more money if we did not protect them for the overall citizenry of the country.
Yeah, but is it really up to Libya to buy our debt? Is it really up to
No,
them?
nobody's forcing Libya to buy our debt.
Well, no. Before Gaddafi was taken out, he was trying to do a gold-backed standard, so he could, have a gold-backed currency. And what this was doing is cutting out the petrodollar, right? So it would have been bad for America, like you said, our interests, but it would have been great for Africa as a whole.
It wouldn't have been great for Africa. The only monetary standard that has failed 100% worldwide is the gold standard. No other, every currency in the world is a fiat currency. The only system that has failed completely 100% worldwide is the gold-backed standard.
Well, we don't know if it would have failed or not, Richard, because Benghazi happened.
It did fail. It's not a question of if it would fail. It has failed. It has failed in every single country in the world. Even the Swiss, who still have the most valuable currency in the world, are not on the gold standard. The gold standard is a myth and a bunch of nonsense. What the gold standard does is it ties up, let's say you have a $1 trillion amount of currency. Not only do you have to tie up $1 trillion worth of gold just sitting there doing nothing. It is a failed system 100% in every single country in the whole world.
And fiat currency haven't failed? Have you asked Germany about their
Every single currency in the world is a fiat currency. No, fiat currency has not failed. Particular fiat currencies have failed because of bad policies in countries. However, 100% of the successful currencies on the planet are fiat currencies. 0% of the currencies, successful or not successful, are gold-backed currencies. It's a nonsense argument you're presenting. The facts prove that it is an unsuccessful monetary system.
Well, how come before 9/11 there was like 7 or 8 countries in the world who didn't have the World Bank, and now after we've been kicking ass and taking names, there's only like 2 or 3 countries left without a World Bank. So
What
we
do you
don't
mean?
know.
What do you mean without a World Bank? That's a nonsense phrase. There's a World Bank organization, but no country has a World Bank. You need to use correct terms if you're going to talk to me.
I'm pretty sure everybody knew what I meant.
You mean no? I don't know what you mean. I have no idea what you mean. Do you mean they joined the World Bank, or do you mean a central banking system?
Central banking system, World
The
Banking
reason
system.
is, once again, because the only successful way to run a country or a group of countries is with a backstopping central banking system. The reason they have it is because they pulled their head out of their ass and decided to do what's better than not having it. That's why.
So they can just print money until it all falls apart, right?
Well, I don't. What's falling apart? I mean, yes, that they could do that. That doesn't mean they will do that. It doesn't mean they are doing that. But in a sense, yes and no. The way the central banks are set up, the president of the United States and the Congress and the Senate in most countries of the world have the authority to shut it down. So they can do this or they can do that is only dependent in a democracy on what the people allow. But in America, for example, the reason we have a permanent central bank is every time it was shut down due to political bickering, we had huge, devastating recessions. The world has learned from that. They've learned that having a lender of last resort is a more sensible option than, for example, the third time we shut it down, watching 50% of the currency in the country go to zero.
Well, 97% isn't that far from zero. I think that's how far the purchasing power of the dollar has fallen in the past
That's a
100 years.
complete ignorant ass load of nonsense.
So you're telling me when your grandpa
let me
was a
finish,
kid, he
please. It's a
couldn't go to the
complete
movies for
ignorant
5
ass
cents?
load of nonsense. When you use that calculation, you're completely not taking into account the rise in wages. The dollar has dropped 97%. Wages have also gone up. So it is not as though you have. It's not as though. It's not as though $1. It's not as though 1 hour worth of work 100 years ago would have bought $1 worth of things, and 1 hour worth of work today would have bought 3 cents worth of things. That's another ignorant ass, dumb shit way to look at things, because you completely don't worry about the fact that wages have gone up substantially so that the dollar actually buys the same amount of things. If you look at 100 years ago, what 1 hour of work would have bought and what 1 hour of work buys today, the problem is taxes, not inflation. If you backed out the excessive taxes that people pay today, it would buy the same amount of gold, milk, eggs, butter, or automobile.
That's not true.
It absolutely is true. It absolutely is true. If you look at the.
Oh, you're not done?
Well, I was going to explain why it's true. Why don't you explain to me why it's not true?
Okay. Everybody has grandparents, and we've all spoke to them, and they've all told us about the purchasing power of the dollar in the 50s and 60s. Right? We've all talked to our grandparents.
Sure.
So we know that when you say that inflation hasn't affected it, you're damn lie.
No, that's not what I said. I didn't say inflation hasn't affected it. What I said was the inflation that has affected it is the inflation in taxes.
So you're saying because we're getting taxed more, that's
What I'm
why
saying
the
is
purchasing
that
power of the dollar is low?
for a small example that you can probably relate to, an hour of minimum wage when it was first established would buy you a pack of cigarettes and a couple of beers. Now we have as much as $4.50 more on a pack of cigarettes than we had on a pack of cigarettes in the 1950s and 60s. So the inflation that you're talking about is not the cost of tobacco and the cost of the paper to roll it in and all that. The cost, the inflation, is the inflation in taxes added to bread and added to gasoline and added to tobacco and alcohol and things of that nature. It is not that the actual product itself has inflated so much. Yes, your dollar, what I tried to point out is, yes, your dollar buys less, but that's because of the inflation in taxes. So how do you figure out if I'm correct or not? How you would figure that out is in the price of gold. And the amount of gold that the entire amount of money of the median wage of 1950 would buy is the same amount of gold as the median wage would buy today. Essentially, about 13 ounces of gold would buy you a Honda Civic when a Honda Civic was first invented, and it would buy you a Honda Civic today. Now, what that actually shows is that you get more for your money, because today's Honda Civic is a much, much, much better car. However, when you add taxes to the equation and other things like cigarettes and the mill rate of people's properties go up constantly, when you add that in, it looks as though that's somehow devaluing the dollar, which is not true. You measure that by gold, not by the inflated taxes that we're paying compared to the 50s and 60s.
Now, all that shit you just got through talking about the gold standard, and you're going to compare it to the price of gold.
Yeah, the price of gold is a fairly constant. The price of gold doesn't really go up or down. The price of gold essentially will buy you a Gucci suit in any year you can mention. Just the way it is. Backing your dollar to something that doesn't go anywhere doesn't help anything. It just ties up trillions and trillions of dollars. We have a $20 trillion economy. I don't want to. And there's probably $100 trillion worth of dollars out there. I don't want to have to buy $100 trillion worth of shit and park it in a vault just to back a currency when it's unnecessary. But gold maintains its value. That's true. Doesn't, it's not a good investment, but it maintains its value.
How is it not a good investment?
Good investments pay dividends and appreciate over time. Bad investments lose money over time, and gold simply maintains its value. So you would correctly call it a good store of cash, but it is not a good investment, because investments are designed not just to be a store of cash, but to increase in value above the rate of inflation over time.
Well, that made sense.
Thank you. Every once in a while that makes sense.
Are you still there, or did you fall asleep? Sonia?
Sorry about that, Hank. We got a little bit busy here, got our hands full. We'll be back on here in a second.
Hello? Is anybody home? Hello? Hello, honest Pakistani.
Hello, Ronan.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Hello. I was in here earlier, yes, Nia, and I said hello, and nobody said anything, so I imagined you were away from the mic.
Yeah, I was. I'm sorry. I had it
No,
on
no,
mute.
no, it's no problem. You know, you have a life. The rest of us just, are here in this asylum.
Sorry about that.
Well, it was Jay Tudor that called this place an asylum. I didn't say that. Yes, honest Pakistani. See, now he lifts the mic. Anyway, how goes it, girlfriend?
Oh, it's been good. How are you? How are you, Ronan?
Oh, I'm well, thank you. Yeah, the
Oh,
weather
good.
the weather cleared up. I can bicycle a little, and I'm just waiting for the soil to dry so I can cut grass.
Oh, oh, nice. Yeah. So, any news? Have you heard any news lately?
Oh no, my current focus is on the president, administration, and our government. So basically, you know, intelligence officials have said there is no proof of wiretapping. The president says yes, there is, and then budget cuts are going to affect like veterans, disabled veterans.
Oh, I
And
did hear
they're
about
not going
that.
to be having. They have a thing called Meals on Wheels, right, where they help disabled veterans or people with problems, physical problems or ailments, or the elderly, and that's going to
Yeah.
get cut off, right? And what I've been trying to get all of these Trump fans to do is basically brag about the fact that we're going to abandon our veterans, and they're going to die on the streets. That's what I want them to brag about. In other words, I'm calling them out, and I want them to brag about the facts, not just get mad at me and then reject me or mute me or whatever they like to do, time me
Well,
out.
don't they already have something established, like for veterans?
Well, yes, but the thing is that the funding is going to be cut off. There's no money for it. There's no money for it. It's established. It's been established, but that funding is going to go away. So if nobody gets paid to be there, nobody can be there hired by the government because you know it's a contract. You get paid to do the job. If we're not paying, there's no job. So that's what the Republicans are doing. And I just want, like I said myself, I'm a reality type person, logic, right? And so I tell these people, look, this is what's going to happen. They're cutting the budget, which means those services will not be there. And apparently, they don't care about old people. I do. I mean, I had parents; they were old people. I had grandparents; they were old people. But the way the Trump supporters are saying it, it's like, yay, 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 this new health plan, for example. And all of a sudden you look at the actual numbers and wait a minute, the old people are going to be the one cut out. The veterans are going to be cut out. People with mental illnesses are going to be cut out. That budget for that is going to be gone. It's gone, right? And then they're pushing this plan. And then and within, I think, 2 years, 2 years, I believe, 2 or 3 years, 24 million people that are already on this particular Obamacare, right? When they change it over to Trump care or whatever they call it, right? 24 million people are going to be kicked off of the plan just because of legislation. And that's what I want Trump supporters to really brag about. You know,
Well, you know, I think we need to give we gave Obamacare a chance, and I think we need to give this administration a chance to introduce their healthcare plan, and yeah, that's what I think.
well, the best plan overall would be single payer. where the government is the actual so-called insurance company. But for the legislators being bribed by the insurance industry, right? We have Obamacare or now Trump care. We don't need either one of them. We just need a
Yeah.
single payer system where everyone is covered. Everyone, right? It's
Well,
just
we
a
already had Medi-Cal too. I don't know. I don't understand why we needed Obamacare to begin with. We already had Medi-Cal.
well. The thing was that okay, it's a classic fight between the actual citizens and the establishment, and the establishment is being bribed again, being bribed by the insurance industry and other special interests for this legislation to go through. The recent rise, well, the last administration, the recent rise in in uh, in in premiums was a loophole that the insurance lobby put into the legislation. But what they do is they turn it around and say it was Obama. Obama wanted single payer, the best idea around. But the legislators who are bribed own puppets of puppets of the insurance industry lobby. That's the only reason we have these so-called debates. We don't need them at all. We're being made fools of. And people who support Donald Trump, I want them to brag about the veterans losing all sorts of benefits and health care. I want them to brag about spitting on veterans who are dead on the
Well, I'm
street.
pretty sure. I'm pretty sure there's a replacement plan.
Nope,
Like I said,
nope,
yeah, I'm pretty sure there is.
nope. Name it. Name it. I'm doing my homework, girlfriend. I'm on it. I'm on the edge right here. I've been doing my homework. You know, it's like one of the show it, please, please post the link. Say, post it. You know, I'm on it. I'm well, on this one. I'm on it. You know what I mean? You know, I know you're trying to be very diplomatic. You're very good at it. You know,
Thank you.
yeah. Just, no, no, no. No, you're talking to myself. My name is Ronan Kanushi. Yeah, and this is the way I'm going to come across. Yeah, I'm aggressive, but it sounds like I'm going to be mean to you. No, no, thank you. No, that's somebody else. You can talk to them. But the point being, like I said, I know what's going on, and I can tell you, oh no, there's nothing coming around because what the president wants to do is cut all of these other budgets, right? So he can claim how much he cut and then use that money for something else that's not really going to benefit the citizenry. You know, the constituents are left out on these plans. It's basically a oligarchy. That's what it is, and that's exactly what he's doing. But I'm
Well,
like I
I
said,
think he's trying to look out for the working class because Obamacare is really expensive. I mean, for my family, it was really expensive. I
it
mean,
should
my
not be.
mother,
That's what I'm trying to say. Yes, Nia. I'm trying to say it should not be.
but
But
it
for the
was
fact that the
because
insurance lobby goes in there and set it up and they put those loopholes in there, that's why you have to pay so much. The same thing with the pharmaceutical industry. You know, they sell the very same medication for 1/10 of what they charge here in Canada. That does not make sense. And it's basically because the establishment is saying, yeah, we're going to cut you these deals. And then on the other hand, well, you're going to donate to our campaign. That's all that machine is doing. It's feeding itself off of others. That's what it is. It's all. That's what it's been. You know, during Obama, previous president, same thing, all the way around. But like I said, it's like I mean, it's like I'm, I'm just saying something because other people are saying something. You know, other people are thinking and they're talking about these things, and I like that. But what I want is a staunch, Trump supporter to come in here. Yeah, let's spit on those dying veterans. That's what I want to hear them say. I want them to admit it. In other words, I'm calling them out. But I'm being
a
dramatic
lot
about
of
it.
Republicans love, I mean, love their, their veterans. I know I do. I know many veterans, and uh, I would never say that. So, yeah.
Oh, I'm not ignorant. I'm not ignorant, man. I do my homework. I do my homework. Look, like, well, yourself, right? You, Matt, the children. You all don't have that kind
Mm.
of time. You don't. I know when I was married, right? Investing in my family, my job, everything I needed to do day to day. I had very little time to discuss politics. Hey, I was focused on trying to get these kids fed and keep them healthy, get them educated, loving the family, focused on that. That was my focus. So I can
Well, our
understand.
focus is to work and, provide for our family. I mean, we live our economics every day. You know, we deal with healthcare and we deal with um,
I think
sending
honest Pakistani is
information.
snoring on us. Go
I
ahead,
don't
please.
know. Anyway, yeah, we live economics. If you work, you live economics and you understand uh, how that works and taxes and all that. And I think that Trump is just trying to help his people out. That's what I think.
Well, yes, I can agree with that. But like I said, our political system, the social system, it really needs a lot of adjustments. Uh, just sad that it hasn't been done by now.
Yeah. So, do you have any pets, Ronan?
Okay, uh, one more time.
Do you have any pets?
No, I, I've never owned a pet.
You've never owned a pet? Never in your life?
Never. Can I tell you the story?
Sure.
Okay, I was a child. Okay, please understand, a child, right? I
Hmm.
think maybe 4 or 5 years of age. I'm guessing I
Okay.
don't have that memory for that, but what I do remember is distinctly, right? We had a portico in the backyard, right? And and my mother had birds. They were cockatiels, I think they were. Okay, and she had them in
Hmm.
this cage, and I can see it right now in my mind. I looked up at that cage and saw those. It was two birds, and I saw two birds in there, and I remember distinctly thinking, birds should fly. Right after that, I'm a kid. I just forgot it, blew it off. But I
Hmm.
never went through and owned a dog or a cat or a bird or snakes or anything. I never did that. I've never done it in my life. My family, like my sister, she had a cat, for example. My mother, well, she had a cat and birds, and she liked those animals. But myself, that's where, like I said, as a child, I saw that, and I've never owned a pet. You know, never owned a pet. I can see the use in them, yes, but for myself, I can't. I can't do it. I cannot bring myself to do it. It's like if you imagine, you know what a basketball is, right? The game basketball.
Yeah.
If you grab the basketball with both hands right there in front of you, right, and your hands are on both sides, right, and then you take the basketball away but leave the hands in place, that's what I'm doing right now. I can't do that. To cage something, I can't do that.
Yeah.
And it's like I said, I have no issue with someone owning a dog or a cat or a pet. I really don't. For myself, I can't do it because of that memory. I've never owned a pet. Never.
Oh.
I guess it's scary. I guess you can call it scary, maybe, right? Because I don't like that thought or feeling of owning someone like that. It's just I was horrified. Okay, as a child, I was horrified. And then when I now that I've grown up and started these hangouts, I never thought about it. But someone asked me, and I told them no. And then, well, that story came up because true story. You know,
Yeah.
yeah. But it's like, no, I can't. I can't do it. I can't do it. It's and it also applies to other people, right? When I was married,
Mhm.
I never owned my wife. I loved her. I
Yeah.
loved her, right? I was deeply committed, right? But I never owned her. If she wanted to do something, she's more than free to do it. You know, you know, more than free to do it. I do not believe in that. Like I said, in my mind, I call it caging something. I just can't do it, but that's okay. I mean, you know, I don't. Like I said, I don't hold any ill will towards anyone that has a pet. Pet or a pet could be like a companion creature, like a cat or a dog. I do understand that, and some people need that, and that's good for
Mhm.
them. Yeah, but for myself, no, no, you know. But I don't. I mean, I wouldn't chide anyone if they owned a dog or a cat. Some of my neighbors own cats and dogs, so that's okay.
So you're from Canada, Ronan?
I'm from where?
You're from Canada?
No, I'm in Texas.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're Texas. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I remember now.
You're in California, as I understand it.
Yeah, yeah, we're in California.
What do I sound Canadian? Eh?
No, no, you don't. So what do you think of immigration, Ronan?
Okay, the facts are, there have been, in the last 10 years, there have been more illegals leaving the United States than that were coming in. Okay, that's
Mhm.
that's that's facts, numbers. Now, immigration, it's like, okay, they say that the immigrants are here, the illegals are taking jobs, so on. The old horror stories. But
Yeah.
I have proposed with in other discussions, well, arguments. We're having a discussion. Okay. They yell at me and, well, they eject me eventually. And hey, I'm surprised you haven't done it already. I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
No.
Okay. The difference is it's called cause and effect, right?
Yeah.
What if I this is well after all the arguments and stuff, and I got the idea out there. I said, what if America, our Congress, passes a law that says anyone that hires illegal aliens will go to federal prison for 5 years, and 80% of their income for the rest of their life will be given to the U.S. Treasury. What if we pass that law? I don't think there'd be any illegals being hired, and they'd all have to go somewhere. And where would they go? Back to China, back to Mexico, for example, back to Honduras or any other country where they come here illegally. It's not just Mexico. You see, the people
Wow.
that hire them. What if we throw them into federal prison? What if we take 80% of what they make after they get out of federal prison? Do you think those Americans are going to hire illegals? The answer is no. And that's how you cure it. That's how you cure the problem, right? It's a sickness. If someone said it was a plague on our country, one of those white supremacists, like, you know, obviously he's got it all wrong, but I thought I'd play it off because, we're on mic and it's fun to be creative. But like I said, that's the problem. That's the problem right there. But they don't look at it from the right angle. And the best angle to look at it, well, let's throw those people in prison, the one that hire them. If there's
Yeah.
no pond in the middle of the desert, no one finds water. The pond is the people that hire the illegals. The people searching for the water are the illegals, and people who live here, a better way of life, the water. But those people, that pond is a cesspool. So what if we take care of the cesspool? Boom! It changes everything. Everything. Oh! What illegals? I can't find an illegal anywhere. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's what's going to happen. That's exactly what's going to happen. But they won't do that. They're not. They don't want to listen to me. But I got the answers. I got the answers, girlfriend. Good morning, Anas Pakistani. Good morning.
Morning, my creator.
Good morning. Yes, we noticed that you took a slight nap, so my apologies. I muted you.
It's okay.
You were about to go all American on us and snore very loudly.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
Well, are you gonna chat, or do I go back to chatting with Yesnia?
I'm trying to get trying to get up and get ready.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna take it through your morning routine of hair care.
Hi, Richard.
Yes.
Hello, Yasina, my favorite chatter. How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm just fabulous. You got a brand new 1.5 meter marble dining room table and 6 new fabulous chairs at the King's Castle today. I'm in a really good mood.
Oh, wow, that sounds nice.
Thank you for asking.
No problem. So, Richard, what do you think about this, the healthcare, um, stuff going on?
I don't know enough about it really to comment on it, but I do know that I agree with the president's assessment that continued down the road of Obamacare, none of those people are going to have health care. It'll just become so cost prohibitive that less
Mm-hmm.
people would have health care than doing something about it. But I don't have enough information on the something about it to really be able to comment on that. I'm not sure anybody in here chatting about it really does. I mean, has anyone read the bill and know exactly what it says? I kind of doubt it.
I haven't. That's why I'm kind of asking because, I haven't read it and just looking
Right.
at
I don't know, but I do know that the two things that are really important in the world of making things better are competition and keeping government out of it. And that's the problem with Obamacare is when you when you mandate people to get things and there's only one choice, that one choice is going to take advantage of those people. When you open it up, and I'm not excuse me, I'm not really specifically talking about healthcare here. I'm also talking about what other countries might be missing in the world of free trade. And that is when you level the playing field, how that would benefit China is that now Chinese companies have to really, put their work and their ideas in the right place because now the competition is fair and only the really good businesses are going to survive. And the same thing with healthcare. When you have competition and more than one choice, it makes all of those people fighting for those dollars come up with something better than the other guy so they get the money. So that's the problem with healthcare, and that's the problem with trade imbalances. When somebody is able to sell their goods at a significant advantage, their companies aren't really competing against other companies. They have this huge advantage, so people kind of have to buy their products. They don't have to, but they will, even if they're not very good, because they're so much less expensive. And that's the big picture look that President Trump has. Is he wants to force competition into the marketplace, whether it's healthcare, whether it's trade around the world, whether it's trade just between America and other countries, or between those other countries. What I would expect in a second Trump administration is for him to find, if he was able to solve everything he could solve, given the limitations of the Congress and the Senate in America, then he would maybe go to countries like Germany or countries like Japan and say, hey, let me help you make your trade with the Soviet Union more fair so that there be more competition between those people. But, that's the crux of the matter, is when there's not enough competition in healthcare or free trade, everyone suffers.
Yeah, I agree.
Just the idea of making it so you can buy healthcare across state lines adds a huge change and a huge advantage to the customer, and forces every insurance company to now compete against every other insurance company. If no matter what state you're in, you can buy insurance from anyone, any place. It completely changes the dynamic from all those people that only have one choice. They now have numerous choices.
Yeah, and they also can choose a plan that fits them. They're not forced to buy all this other stuff that's not,
That's right,
relevant
and
to
it
them.
allows big companies that may not be serving Appalachia because there aren't enough people there to make it worth their while. It allows all the different companies to tailor a plan specifically for people in Appalachia, even though they may be from California or New York, and they may be serving an entirely different market. But they may say, hey, these people in Appalachia, they need a really low deductible because they're poor, so we're going to give them, this, slightly less plan than we give rich people from California, New York. But here's a plan. If you like it, you feel free to buy it. If you don't like it, go shop for somebody else. Whatever.
Yeah.
That's one of the major problems, is that there are many areas that are very poor, and they're not, as a market on its own, it's just not worthwhile for anybody to create a business to serve, these million poor people in this little area. But when you have a huge company that is serving, millions of people, to that company can tailor a plan because they have enough other customers to make it worth their while. But no company is going to come into some little county in Appalachia and try to insure poor people as its sole business. And when you limit it to only people registered or what have you in that state, uh, it becomes a big problem. As I don't know the number of counties that only have one plan, but it's a shocking number of people that are somehow only given one choice by law for insurance. That's a crime in itself. Mandating that you have insurance or you're going to pay $1,000 tax penalty, and according to the government, and then the government says, but you only have one choice. I mean, that sounds like communism. It doesn't sound like a free country.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
Doesn't sound like anybody's getting their pursuit of happiness right by being forced to buy the one plan the government provides. I don't
Yeah.
know how anybody is pursuing anything other than what makes the government happy at that point, which is the exact opposite of what our country is supposed to be standing for.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I think that like they keep saying, it's a very difficult issue. Every time you make one side happy with one thing, the other side gets angry about something else, and it's all, like everything, it's just going to be a big basket of compromises. and pretty much nobody is going to be jumping for joy at the way it is, mostly because nobody likes paying a monthly fee for tax care anyway. Even sick people don't like paying for it, you know. Nobody likes insurance. It sucks, you know. Who likes to pay for fire insurance, you know? I'm fucking 56 years old. My house is never going to burn. Fuck, my house is made out of fucking concrete. You know, what do I need fire insurance for? You know, it's ridiculous, you know. But, you know, that day when the fucking firestorm blows through your neighborhood and burns the fucker down, you're going to be glad you have it, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when we wanted to build a house out here in our property, and we had to jump through all these hoops and get all these permits just to put a mobile home out here. I was like, no, it was ridiculous. We had like 3 permits we had to get. We had to get like a zoning permit. We had to get height permit to make sure that we didn't go over a certain height. It was crazy.
Well, I think one of the best examples of the change in America is that when I was a kid, no kid was gonna get a visit from the police department and told to shut down their lemonade stand because it was against the law. You know, and today that happens to kids on a regular. Oh, where's your permit for your fucking nickel a glass lemonade stand? And here they're talking to police officers standing there with guns. You know, people with guns come along and tell little kids to shut down their lemonade stand because the government says so. And that kind of shit did not happen when I was growing up. Absolutely nobody would have thought. If that had happened when I was growing up, those police officers would have been fired. People would say, get the fuck out of here with that idiotic nonsense. You know?
Yeah, our government has become very intrusive.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's insane. You get, you know, kids are now have to license their bicycles, and their parents get ticketed if they're not wearing knee pads and elbow pads and a helmet and safety glasses, and you know they're wearing the right kind of shoes, for fuck's sake. You know, like when I said, once again, when I was a kid, you'd see people getting pulled along by their skateboard behind a pickup truck going 50 miles an hour until they smash their head between the fucking pavement and the curb, you know? Tough shit, you know? You fucked up your head, too bad, you know? But no police officer's gonna come along fucking arresting anybody for it, you know?
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
It's all because liberals can't take care of themselves, so they think other people can't take care of themselves, combined with the fact that when you addict people to government, the people providing the drug are required to be voted into office by the addicted. So, and when you addict people and convince them that the only thing they could possibly do is get a free government check, they have to vote for you because they know the other people may very well take their drug of choice, which is, you know, being, you know, away. And I don't fault people who are addicted. I fault, in this case, the drug dealers, which are the liberals essentially convincing people that since they're not fat, rich white guys, all they can do is take whatever their liberal saviors can steal from the fat white people and give them in the form of free money. And that's absolutely wrong. All of those people would be they'd be somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 to 12 times better off in just one decade if they just went out and got a minimum wage job at a corporation like Walmart or 7-Eleven or any numerous places, McDonald's, any place that they could get a job and work their way just a little bit up the ladder, whatever they're capable of. They would be they would look back and say, oh my God, I'm glad I didn't listen to those fucking liberals trying to convince me that I'm a worthless piece of shit that can't do anything. Because nobody is actually in that category unless they're in a coma in a hospital bed.
Yeah.
And there are even people that are, that might be considered by the liberals to be so mentally, like I'll use Ronan Canucci as an example. There are many liberals that would say he is so socially dysfunctional that he couldn't possibly have a job because there are other people around and he just get fired at every place he went. That's not true. He can go work on an assembly line in a really loud factory where nobody can talk to each other anyway, and keep his mouth shut between the time he punches his time clock and the time he's, working on some machine going bang, 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 where everybody's wearing fucking earplugs and go home at night. There's no person, that there are millions, I don't know how many, I guarantee you there are not just tens of thousands, there are millions of people in America that are considered 100% disabled that are walking, talking, perfectly functional adults that have some sort of idiotic excuse provided to them by liberals as to why they somehow can't manage their own affairs. And it's all bullshit.
Nope. Yeah, I believe it. I've seen it. I've seen it. I've known people all my life that have grown up on welfare, and yeah.
And I was speaking more of mental disabilities than welfare in that case. But these numbers of people on Social Security disability that are considered 100%. I mean, think about that. These people are walking, talking, functional adults. Now, you might say, look, they're 8, maybe 9% disabled compared to other people. Maybe they're 32% disabled if they're really fucked up Looney Tunes. But nobody is 100% incapable of helping themselves. I mean, that would be somebody who can't wipe their own ass.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
And that's where these liberals they get their votes from. Anybody in that vote is not voting for the conservative party or someone like you or your husband or myself or a buddy who who says, look, we need to change that. We need to move you from this ridiculous idea that you can't do anything for yourself to being a proud member of society, because it's scary. It's not that they can't do it. It's not that they don't want to do it. It's that it's scary to go from receiving this money and all these years of these liberals telling you you're 100% disabled to actually going out and doing something. That's a scary proposition. Imagine if you've been told for 20 years that you're just so useless, you can't possibly do anything except get a government check, and then this other group of people comes along and says, no, I'm sorry, those other people were lying their ass off and you really can fend for yourself and you're going to have to. That's a scary proposition for those poor people who have been bamboozled by these scumbags. I blame the scumbags. I don't blame the individuals that were conned and tricked by these people.
Yeah.
And
I
of
believe
course,
that I
go
believe
ahead.
there's always that certain amount of people that are well aware of what they're doing and are well
Right.
aware that they're lazy and
Oh, and I
yeah.
was going to mention that doesn't apply to everybody. There's always, like you say, there's always going to be, we'll call it that 2 or 3% contingent of people that are just outright fucking the system. They may be out making a good living selling drugs or something, and just say, hey, I can get this extra free money from the government and ha ha and all that. Sure, there is that contingent, but I really believe that the 97% of those people are victims, and it's a very small percentage who are actually intentionally victimizing the taxpayer.
Yeah.
And I really believe if you honestly sat down and became friends with 100 people, 50 of them on disability and 50 of them on welfare, and ask them, you know, do you think you could work? Would you like to work? You know, if I provided you with this type of system to make it possible for you, and ask the question, do you think that would be better for you? They would say yes. And if you ask them, do you want to do it? Their answer would probably be no, because it's too scary. But they would understand that if they could just bring themselves to do it, they would be better off down the road. But it's just too easy to keep voting for the liberals and getting the free money compared to this scary road of having to fend for yourself after being told year after year after year that you're 100%, disabled and couldn't possibly do anything for yourself.
Yeah. Hey, Ronan, what would you say to someone that would that claims that America was built like by foreigners? And what do you say to people like that? Or that have that like mind state?
Rona's not in the voice anymore, but
Oh, I'm sorry, not Ronan, Richard.
oh, okay.
I'm sorry, Richard.
Well, I guess what I would say is I'm not sure that matters. If foreigners, Qatar, for example, 100% of the people working in Qatar, or damn close to it, 99.99, are foreigners, because Dubai gives $400,000 a year to every resident. And everybody's really rich because of the oil, and foreigners do everything. That doesn't mean it's not the Qatari citizens' country. And the same thing applies for America. If even illegal foreigners were the ones who built everything, for example, the Chinese, you could say, built the railroads, the black slaves built numerous things. That's all good and well, but that doesn't mean that American citizens don't own the country. So I'm not sure how that would be relevant to what is, I guess what I'd say is, what is the question? Yes, foreigners built a lot of stuff in America. Foreigners build a lot of stuff in a lot of places. Yes, I agree with that, but what is the question? Why does that matter to what? Is what I'm asking.
Oh, I just brought it up. I was just reading some comments, and somebody had made a comment about America being built by foreigners, and
Right.
I
And
just
the
wanted
truth
to
is,
about that.
the truth is that a lot of the labor 100 years ago was built by foreigners. But the truth is, what really built America were people like Carnegie with steel, and Rockefeller with oil, and Bill Gates with Microsoft, and the folks that owned Google and Apple, with everybody in the world owning iPhones and iPads, and IBM with their huge business infrastructure all around the world. Those are not foreigners. What builds America and what built America are people like Henry Ford and Bill Gates in the modern era. And so the idea that foreigners built some of America is true. But once again, it goes back to, so what? Because illegal aliens help build the country illegally, means we should do exactly what for them? I don't
Yeah.
quite understand where somebody's going with that type of questioning anyway. Are they saying that because they came here illegally and they got a bunch of money illegally, and we sort of looked the other way, and we were doing some illegal things ourselves, they should get a Nobel Prize? I mean, should they get something? They should get a bonus on top of all the shit they got from their illegal behavior? Should we, hold a parade for them because of their illegal behavior? I don't exactly know. Should we give back the things they built? So they're not going to give the money back we paid for them for building it. I mean, what do they want? What extra? It's another liberal mentality. We should give these people something extra because they didn't get enough for their illegal shit already. You know, it's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
It's that entitled mentality.
Absolutely, sure, yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't, their illegal shit didn't garner them enough, so let's make them citizens now on top of it.
Yeah, for free.
Exactly.
They they just get them everything they want for free.
And of course, the solution to that really does come from forcing businesses not to hire them. I mean, that's the problem, is that individuals, businesses are all standing outside of Home Depot, and people hire them. People are hiring the nannies. All the casinos in Vegas are filled with them. So if you start issuing out, $100,000 fines and 90 days in jail for anyone who hires an illegal alien, the problem will go away. But the truth is that as people bitch, moan, and complain about the illegal aliens, they're hiring them at Walmart or at Home Depot to build their deck. So you have to be consistent. If you really don't want them here and you really want to pay a little more for your vegetables and your fruits, that's fine. But you can't have it both ways. It's
Yeah.
one or the other.
Yeah, I agree.
And the other side of the coin too is that it's not as though we can't make them legal. If you want to have a new line and issue documents, we will still get people to pick the vegetables, do the work, do all that kind of stuff. It's not as though it would be impossible to only hire legal aliens. It's just the structure and the system is going to have to be a little different, because you can't hire the one you hired last year because he probably was illegal. And I really don't have a problem with hiring temporary work visas to people who came here illegally. That really doesn't bother me, because it's probably a cost savings to us to hire someone who is already here, who is not a criminal. You can do a background check, the same as the people, standing and waiting in line and all that sort of thing. But I don't really have a problem, because most of these people, I would say, for the grace of God, except for the grace of God, that could be me. I would be running across the fucking border if I lived in some shithole town in Mexico too. And
Mm.
these are hardworking. Most of them are hardworking Christian people. They're not just trying to fend for their families. These are not, the MS-16 gang member types we're talking about. These are people standing in, back-breaking farm work for 18 hours a day just to send money to their families. Those are the kind of people we want in America. We want hardworking, people with good values. I would rather have 100 of those people than 100 of the people I see in the fucking ghetto any day of the week. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Well, you know what else becomes a problem when we have illegals coming over with green cards and employers hiring these illegals is Americans. And I'm saying this through experience. My husband, a few years ago, he tried to go get a job out at a field. We weren't doing very well, and we needed some cash. So anyway, um, he went to apply out here on these fields, and then they told him that he needed a degree in agriculture, and so they wouldn't hire him to go pick fruit because
Well,
he
I've
didn't
had
have a
I've
degree.
had my own experience with that. I was driving from Florida to Montana one time with some guy driving him to Chicago, and we stopped. We ran out of money, and we just wanted to do any kind of construction work, painting. He was actually a framer, and every place we went had nothing but illegal aliens that couldn't even speak English, and nobody would hire us. So I've been in that same boat myself. I know
Yeah,
exactly what you're talking about.
yeah,
And I was shocked. I was really fucking shocked that none of these people that every place we went, they didn't give two fucks that we're two Americans looking to do a job in America. And if it was me and I was that business owner, I would fire two illegal Mexicans to hire us. But they didn't see it that way at all. You know, they really didn't.
Yeah, it's really too bad.
It is, and that's where you solve the problem, is by making it so risky and such a huge penalty for those companies to hire those people that they just don't do it anymore. One phone call from somebody who gets pissed off, and they're sitting in jail for 90 days paying $100 grand, they'd really think about whether or not they want to do that.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Just, you know, you have to do it in the same way that companies don't do outrageously illegal shit because they're going to get sued out of existence with civil lawsuit penalties, which is pretty much the only reason that people behave themselves. You have to do the same thing with the illegal alien situation. You have to make it so cost prohibitive that if they get caught, they're going to lose their whole business, their livelihood, and their personal assets, and then the problem goes away. And that's really the only solution I can see.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm hoping stuff starts looking up here pretty soon. You
Well,
know.
one thing that's interesting is the price of homes has become enough out of balance, and there's so few homes for sale that I'm expecting to see quite a huge upsurge in home building here very shortly, because millennials have now decided that maybe buying a home isn't so stupid after all, and there is a one of the uh, a record shortfall of the number of houses versus the number of buyers, and that's going to spur on some of these huge home building companies to recognize that they can start building homes again with very little risk of not being able to sell them. And that's going to put a tremendous number of not only construction workers, but the people that build the furniture and the stoves and the hot water heaters and the pipes and all that kind of stuff. They're all going to do very well as well. And and that's the kind of thing that is a number of year process. That's not just, you know, one season of home building to solve the problem.
Yeah, I think everything that Trump is trying to do is going to take, a while for us to see.
Well, to some extent, I mean, you see, it wasn't just a fucking 10 days after he took office where Toyota's coming over here sucking his ass, coming up with, 10,000 jobs out of their ass, It's not, some stuff happens pretty quickly, You see the CEO of IBM talking about the 10,000 veterans she's hiring. That's because Trump likes veterans and she wants to promote the hiring in America. That was just yesterday. I wouldn't say all this stuff takes forever. What takes forever is the healthcare, the actual new tax code. But, regulation, just the fact that you stop more regulation dead in its track is a complete change of what we would have had Hillary Clinton come along, which is a benefit in itself. When we see some kind of sensible repatriation of all the money that corporations have overseas come back to America, you'll see the stock market surge. You'll see a whole new wave of investment in business and factories and education. All this stuff goes together, and if you're one of those people that gets one of the 10,000 jobs Toyota came up with, you may think that it only took 10 days or it only took a month or 2 months or however long it was to get your job. If you're somebody else, you may think it takes longer, but it kind of depends who you are, I guess is what I'm saying. Some people, the effect has already happened. They may have not had a job and they may have gone out and got one of these actual new jobs that have been created. Other people, they may not have hit their neighborhood yet. Those of us that are, looking for tax reductions and things like that, we're in a little, slightly better situation where we can afford to wait anyway. It doesn't. If I have to wait an extra year for a 10% tax reduction, it's a fuck pile better than the 5% more I would have paid with Hillary.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I guess I just say that because I'm surprised that, we got a president that's actually doing his job and not just out golfing.
Well, that was the funniest thing about this whole situation is people are so used to politicians lying their ass off that when he actually said, "Yeah, I am going to build the fucking wall," people are astonished. They're like, "What?" He said, "Well, I fucking said I was going to build the wall. Why are you surprised? I said I was going to, have this, extreme vetting. Why is everybody freaking out? The people that voted for me didn't think I were lying. Why do all you dumbasses think I'm lying? Yeah, that's the funniest part about President Trump to me. People are only angry. They're normally angry because people don't do what they said. They're angry at this guy because he actually is doing what he said. You can't fucking win with these people. It's like there's no way to please some people. They're either gonna be angry because you don't do it, or they're still gonna be angry when you do it. Those kind of people just annoy the shit out of
You damn if you do, you damn if you don't.
me. Exactly. They're just not happy. They're like grown and they're not happy about it. You like the expression, they'd complain if you hung them with a new rope. That's those kind of people.
Well, listen, Richard, I'm gonna head to bed.
All right. Well, certainly a fantastic talking to you again. I was asking your husband how you were and where you've been and all yesterday and the day before. So good to hear from you.
Oh, well, it was nice speaking to you too, and hopefully we connect some other time this week. I'm gonna be so busy.
Once I get the new wallpaper up, I'll take a picture of my fabulous new dining room table and post it for you.
Oh, nice. Thank you. Okay. Well, you
All
have a good
right.
night.
Thank you. I will. I'm going to go down and have dinner at my fabulous new table now.
Nice. Bye, Richard.
All right. See you later.
Hey, Ron, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, Jose de Mello?
Not much, man. What's new with you?
Oh, just enjoying the Saturday morning chat here on the stream.
Right, I noticed Lysurge crying victim again.
Yeah, I asked he make suggestions. How would you suggest this? And he says I've been making suggestions all along. I told him, no, all you do is complain. What? Give us some ideas. Some outline, anything. And then he goes W/E, which means whatever. In other words, he knows we're onto him.
Yeah, I just don't get it. I
Oh
just
no,
got
no,
online now. I was having problems with my Wi-Fi,
they're breaking up a little.
trying to get on. What happened last night, man? You never came back. We were waiting for you to come back, man.
What's that, please? You're breaking up. It's not that I'm ignoring you. You're just breaking up.
We were waiting for you to come back yesterday, last night.
Oh, last night was Friday night. No,
Never came back.
last night. No. I had family come over. My apologies. Like
Oh,
you
that.
know, I mean, not that I don't like you people. It's just that it's family. So you know.
Yeah, you don't need to apologize about that.
Oh no, it's just I know I missed out on something, whatever it was. Now I feel bad that I missed it, but I understand. Well, we understand what's going on.
Yeah, I was just watching the news there. Tillerson there, he went over talk to the Chinese about the situation with Korea. Versions, eh? I think that's just for the people, to get distracted over what's going on.
No, I mean, there's a lot of things happening, and North Korea is one of them, and it's beginning to be like, oh, this is getting a little bit too hot there. So it's in our best interest, to look out for allies or even other people who might fall victim to a tyrannical regime. Hey, Richard.
Yeah.
Hey, Richard.
Hey, Rich, do you really think that it's a real issue right now? It reminds me of the Cold War.
Well, yes, yes, but it's building up. It's building up. It's building up, and we don't know what they'll do or when they'll do it.
But I really don't think they have the capability, a threat at this point in time.
Oh no, they've already figured out the capacities of those missiles and how far they can go. They can reach mainland here. They know that. It's
I
just
don't know about that, but the thing is, Jamal, it might not be a threat to Canada, but they could fuck up the shit out of Seoul right now just with regular bombs, and missiles.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. So, are they going to take them out or what?
no, that would be an act of aggression. What basically they're setting up to do is to wait for North Korea to fire the first shot, like Richard had pointed out, maybe to South Korea, right? That's when we retaliate. We're just
Well, it's
setting
hard
So
to
what if
know. I don't think that Israel would tolerate Iran pointing nuclear missiles at them without, a first strike. I kind of don't think that America, I think what would happen is America would attempt to get permission, plausible deniability, but permission from China. And if China said, yeah, okay, we're not going to say we said it, we let you do it, but we're not going to do anything about it either. Then I think the odds of devastating their missile silos becomes a lot greater. So it just depends who agrees and what the diplomats, what kind of permission they can get, and that sort of thing. But just going off all by ourselves, I think Ronan would be right. No, that's too much.
I think that's
So
why we're talking to the Chinese and South Korea
right.
and well Japan and Japan. Obviously, that triangulate that. That's why, like I said, they see it on the horizon, and there's obviously a lot of potential there based on our intelligence. So it's best we just start diplomatic chats with South Korea, China, Japan, and whomever else is involved, and plus who's supporting uh, North Korea, and that would be Russia. So again, another proxy war possibly.
Yeah, so Kim Jong Un, he had his half brother killed. Well, you know what I'm talking about there.
Yeah,
He did have some heavy information that he was going to be relaying to someone.
Yeah, that's a bit of a stretch. There's no anything he wanted to give up. He could have given up already. There's no. I think that's a stretch. No.
You think that's a stretch, Richard?
Yeah, because he's been guarded by the Chinese for the longest time already. I mean, why is he saving his secrets for now when he could have given them out a long time ago? That's just how I look at it.
Well, there was a motive.
The motive is crazy people do crazy things, and they got sick of the fact that here's this, guy who's half brother, running around in the free world, snubbing his nose at North Korea, and they didn't like it. That's reason enough for crazy people.
Yeah, I guess.
Sometimes trying to come up with a rational explanation for what irrational people do is, just sort of ends up with some sort of weird circular logic sometimes.
What I don't get is why China has been stalling and hasn't done anything about Kim Jong Un, testing these fucking missiles for the past couple of years.
Probably because they get cheap coal from their slave labor from North Korea. Could be part of
Yeah.
it, I would imagine. But they have come out and made comments. The comment they made a couple of years ago where they said that they're, I forget exactly what it was, but something like their poorly behaved stepchild or something. But they come out diplomatically and slam them in words.
Yeah, but enough is enough. It's time to stop him.
Well, but now you have to look at it this way too. Stop them from what? Making missiles, making nuclear missiles? I mean, who is America to complain about people making nuclear missiles? Who's to say that, North Korea doesn't have a right to defend itself from nuclear missiles like everyone else? I mean, I know the media portrays, North Korea and the whole, Gill family as being crazy people that need to be stopped, but I've never seen them attack anybody. I've never seen them launch missiles at anybody. All I see them doing is bloviating and, pounding their chest saying, we're not a bunch of weenies, so you better just leave us alone. That's what I hear them saying, mostly. They don't scare me. They don't bother me. If they want to develop a huge army and all that kind of thing, they have just as much right to as Bermuda does. I think it's a dangerous road to go down to single out a country and say you can't do the same things that everybody else can do without
Yeah.
really, really good reasons.
I think they should make a law, an international law of disarmament of fucking nuclear weapons.
Yeah, it's hard to know. I mean, other people that, I don't really have a thought on it, but there are some people that would say the opposite. They would say that the huge stockpiles of nuclear weapons actually keep the world much safer. So I don't know. I think if I was a country that didn't have them, I wouldn't waste my time making them because it's just a tremendous waste of money if you don't really intend on using it. So if I was a leader of a country, like even America, I wouldn't come out and tell everybody, but I would slowly defund the nuclear program until we had, 24 instead of 20,000. I'd probably leave them on submarines and then just disband all the land sites quietly just to save money, if nothing else, and potential accidents,
Yeah, I can see the
shortage of
point.
the fucking uranium, all that shit. Waste of time and money. Go ahead, Ron. Sorry.
I can see your point, but for the fact that there will be certain nations that disagree and don't join that conference that says we will de-escalate and basically rid ourselves of all nuclear devices. It's the countries that do not join into that mindset that are the problem. North Korea currently, for example.
Right. Hey, Sam,
Well,
how
you
you doing?
also realize that we have
Hey,
things,
Joe.
we have the capability of making things even more devastating than nuclear weapons now. We can make an antimatter bomb from all the antimatter collected from these cyclotrons, like at CERN and particle accelerator, same thing. Those things are magnitudes more powerful than nuclear weapons. So, it's really a bigger issue than just nuclear weapons. The question is, should we even allow people to create weapons capable of destroying whole cities? It's a bigger question than just nuclear weapons.
It's not a matter of trying to stop people that create it. It's a matter of addressing the aftermath. In other words, it happened already, and how best to guide it going forward is a major question.
And I think that's why people are kind of up in arms about Trump defunding diplomacy, because Trump doesn't seem to get the diplomacy and the military go hand. It's not an either or, it's both. He kind of, on the surface anyway, by defunding the diplomatic corps so heavily, doesn't seem to realize that that's just as much of a risk as it would be to cut the military budget by 90% or 50%, whatever. You know what I mean? But I think in Trump's case, the reason he doesn't care is because his ego says, I don't really care what the diplomats do anyway. I'm going to just do what I want to do, so they're not important. You know what I mean? He's like, I don't really, if he's the chess player, he's going to say, well, I'm the queen. I really don't care what the pawns do. Fuck them, just get them off the board. I don't care. I'm too important for them. But I don't know. One of the problems with trying to figure this shit out as people like us is the information that you really need to come up with a good answer is not available to us. We're not getting CIA briefings every day about what they know about what's going on in North Korea or Russia or China. It's hard for me to really second guess, what people do, because sometimes it seems nefarious and stupid, but I don't have all the information, so maybe it's not. I don't know. It's frustrating sometimes. It's like that war that Clinton had that lasted about a week over there in the Russian area. I forget what country it even was, but he sent some fucking army over there to get involved in Croatia, I think it was. But we sent an army to go over there and fight a short war that pretty much nobody had any idea what was really even going on or why they sent them there. It's all after the fact. And then you're arguing about it. But of course, Clinton and the government and all those people, they knew exactly what was going on, which is why they sent them over there. You DeMello, do you agree with the idea that there's a lot of things that the population just doesn't need to know? Or do you think that we should be privy to everything? We should, the CIA briefings, for example, should all be public, or do you think,
Yeah, no. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Yeah. No, the public does not need to know certain things of security and whatnot.
yeah, I think so. I kind of agree with that line of thinking too, but there's some kind of, the only thing that concerns me is who's drawing the line and where and why. What I mean? There are some things we should know, maybe some things we shouldn't know, but I
Yeah.
just hope that people deciding that are deciding it fairly and correctly. And I don't even know what that means, but you get what I'm saying. It's such a
Yeah, I know.
difficult task to even figure that out, that's troubling, that we have to do that. Or argue.
Yeah, I know exactly what you were saying, Richard. I mean, I remember, when I was younger and stuff, where I trusted the government and the Defense Department to do the job at hand. I wasn't worried about what was going on. You know what I'm saying? That I had faith in.
Right. And I would say the only reason I'm not worried about what's going on is because I don't mind sending the military to protect systemically important private business. But if I was against the idea of our military being used as security guards for Exxon, I'd have a different opinion. But I don't mind that, so I am okay with what
Like, I mean, I was comfortable knowing that our army, our soldiers, we were peacekeepers, and I wasn't too worried that they were engaged in any kind of war. They were overseas. They were, respected as peacekeepers until we got engaged in Afghanistan. I knew that many would be coming back in body bags, and that's unfortunate. But that's the engagement that they were in.
I think the Canadian government has been pretty wise over the years, not getting involved in both Vietnam and Iraq.
Right.
They draw the line. They're not going to be intimidated into going somewhere that isn't in their interest. They don't think it's a good idea. Other countries likely send people just because they're told to by America. And Canada doesn't play that game at all. They're like, I'm sorry, but we're going to do what we want to do, and that's how it should be.
Unless it's in a humanitarian situation where civilians are being massively murdered, like Rwanda. We were there in Rwanda in that situation.
Do you know what your country's guidelines are when it comes to that? And any sort of specifics? I sure don't.
Well, we're part of the United Nations, and we follow their guidelines, more or less.
Well, but the United Nations approved of Iraq, and you didn't go, right?
Yeah, they vote in the House of Commons whether or not to send our troops to engage in a situation.
I see. We're supposed to, our Congress is supposed to authorize it, but it's pretty stupid because the president can send the troops to do anything it wants, and then Congress has to say, well, we're just not going to give you any money and they can all starve to death and stay there, which is obviously not going to happen. So it's a little convoluted system we have here where the president basically sends them over unfunded and then goes to the Congress and says, well, now that I sent them, I guess you have to fund them.
Yeah, we're very conservative when it comes to that here. Our government is that way. We don't just, get all aggressive and, our troops over here, engaging in war. We don't do that.
Well, when I said like countries that are sort of intimidated into it, I was thinking specifically in my mind about Japan. Japan sent, 50 people to Iraq just as okay, we'll send 50 people instead of 0 if that makes you happy. Obviously, they didn't have their heart in it. And they didn't give a shit about it, but they still were basically intimidated into sending at least somebody instead of
Right.
saying no. No country the size of Japan sends 50 people if they actually give a shit.
Yeah, they would have been better off not sending anyone.
Right, I agree. They would have been.
Yeah, I of nuclear weapons, and I think every country should do that. I think it should be an international law. I mean, there's enough weapons. If there should be a war that can be used, I mean, U.S. is a good example of that. The Tomahawk missiles and all that stuff that they have at their disposal to, many people, right?
I think we're getting to a point where we're becoming so dependent on satellites that we may have a war that goes on in space that people on Earth aren't necessarily even aware of. The governments may not even be talking about it, but at some point you may see the satellite system of an entire country kind of go down, sort of thing. Years
Right.
ago, I read this long article in Popular Science about the weapons on modern satellites, and they're pretty bizarre. They've got defensive weapons on them. They have offensive weapons. They got laser beam fucking this and deflector that. And
I've seen a
wild.
documentary on that too. It was like this prediction about war in space and things that they may go on in space and outer space.
Yeah, like Star Wars. Like Star Wars.
Yeah, like Star Wars.
Well, no, but Star Wars is about shooting down missiles that land on Earth. What I'm talking about is a war where people are destroying things already in space. They're trying to take out the other guy's satellites to fuck up their communications and fuck up their cell phone operations. Yeah. That's what I mean by a war in space.
Okay.
And imagine if somebody was to take out all of America's satellites. Our military would be blind. We wouldn't have the Weather Channel or cell phones. That would really fuck up a country.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it would be totally devastated, man, for sure. You can't communicate. You can't do nothing.
Right, and at that point, the country that did it, you try and say, "Aha! Look what we did," and you don't know what we're going to do next. And it would get somebody's attention. That's for sure.
Oh yeah.
You know what else surprises me is that no one has cut the huge internet cable lines that run in the ocean.
Yeah.
It just seems to me that some bunch of clowns, it just seems to me it wouldn't be that difficult to get some divers to go down there and plant some C4 or whatever and just blow it up just to be assholes. But maybe it's defended. Maybe the Navy runs ships and submarines and stuff along those routes to prevent that. Another thing I don't know about.
Yeah. I'm sure that's what they do. Those fiber optics, they could.
Yeah, just if I was a terrorist, that would be a target that I would think would be, terrorizing and get some attention, and it wouldn't kill anybody, so it might actually make you look like a humanitarian terrorist.
Sabotage.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't tell you. I kind of forgot about it. I'd have mentioned it earlier. But we got our beautiful new marble dining room table and chair set delivered today. And it's fucking fabulous, dude. Yeah, we got we finally got that, so we picked some really nice new wallpaper. We're gonna marble the kitchen and the bathroom that's right next to the dining room area, and we'll basically have kind of three newish looking rooms to go with a new painted house.
Nice. King Richard is busy, eh?
Yeah, and it's really a great fucking table and chair set. And I let my wife do it all by herself, except she sent me some pictures when I was terrified that it wasn't going to be very good. It was well over $1,000, and it just is perfect. You sit in the chairs, and the tables at the perfect height. It's a little more than 1.5 meters across, so it's really big. It's a 6-person set, so it's a really nice size, and it's marble, and wood is a nice deep reddish black, and the chairs have a nice, I'll take a picture when the wallpaper comes, gets put up, but, it has a nice, I don't know, little yellowish mother of pearl thing on the back seat of the chair and at the bottom of the table.
Cool.
Yeah, it's a really nice, you did a really good job picking it out.
So then King Richard can wear his crown proudly when he sits on one of those chairs, and yeah.
Amen. Yes, he can.
Excellent, man.
Yeah, and I'm running an experiment, and my experiment is to see exactly how long my wife will leave the plastic on the dining room seat before I just can't stand it anymore, and I rip them off myself. But I give myself, it's a twofold experiment. I'm seeing how long I can deal with it until I rip them off, and I'm trying to see how long she'll let them go. I give myself less than a month where I just can't stand it and rip the plastic off. But we'll see. But the plastic is perfect, there's nothing dangling. It looks perfect on the seat, but it's still stupid, But my guess would be she would leave that plastic on there for the entire rest of her life.
Yeah, I remember we used to have that plastic on the couch, man. I thought it was just so stupid.
Yeah, it just, to me, I don't really care if you spill coffee and fuck it up. I'll just buy a new chair. It's not that big a deal.
Right.
And you don't even have to buy a whole new chair. You just have to have it reupholstered anyway. It costs, around here that might cost $10 or something. Why in the fuck have some stupid looking plastic shit just to save $10 if you're a dumbass and spill your coffee in your lap or something?
And it's not comfortable when you sit on that plastic, man.
Right. I did rip off the part. I have one chair outside, like tie your shoes or sit down or whatever. I did rip the plastic off that. But once I did, I just thought to myself, this would be a cool little experiment just to see what my wife does. And I really don't care if it's whatever, even if it's a month, at least I won't have to buy one new chair in a month anyway, right? So whatever. But we actually have 2 extra chairs, so we have plenty of room to spill shit on chairs. How you doing, Doc?
Oh, okay. Everything is fine. Just waiting for the documents to come here. Then go to fucking Ukraine embassy, do the job, and leave to Ukraine. Just that.
All right.
Hey, I thought if that crazy lady asks you about roommates again, what you should say is, do you have any black transsexuals that might be interested in coming in? That'll really fuck her up. She'd be like, what?
Dude,
You got like niggers and transsexuals? What's wrong with them?
yesterday it was. I was coming back from a university I was going back from university to my friend's home. Then I saw my friend, okay, shouting and things. He's here right now. Joe, you know him, the guy from Israel, Noor.
Yeah.
And I went to him and he was just shouting on the phone and things. He finished. I said, dude, what's the deal? What happened? And he's like, they're fucking me. Do you know how much I have paid for this fucking university and things? And he was like really, really angry. We both wanted to go to the dean's office and things, but the dean was gone. But yesterday he was like fucking angry. Everyone is, dude. Everyone, like, Everyone is being hurt here, like, you know, they don't even consider us humans. That's the deal. This guy in Israel, he had a Mercedes in Israel, and his Russian teacher goes to his social media and sees that. Okay, so she says that, well, pay for these charges, pay for these fines, and he says, I don't have money to pay for these fines right now. The teacher says, oh, so you have money to buy Mercedes, but you don't have money to pay for the tickets? We were like both shocked, right? It was like crazy. It is crazy.
Well, I guess the
But
teacher kind
whatever.
of missed the obvious. He already spent his money on the Mercedes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like also frustrating, but you know, we had a lot of fun last night, you know. Last night, like during the thing, yeah, it was evening at midnight. We had like I haven't had my fun that much in Belarus since I'm here, you know. That night, last night was the best. Was the best. We laughed like, you know, donkeys laughing.
Yeah, he's fun. You're his really friend. He's really fun guy, man. He's got a good spirit.
Yeah, we were like rocking the world, rocking like
Right on. You guys
went
had
to the
fun.
went to the, we went yeah we went to the supermarket and we were talking like Russian, okay, but mixing it with Italian, like this, like hello means zdravствуйте, okay, we were like zdravствуйтяно, howshiano, like this, and like the cashier was fucking, you know, like laughing her ass out and things. It was like so funny, dude. Yeah, it was like,
You need to let loose once in a while, you know?
yeah, exactly. All to maintain the health, you know, just
Yeah, man.
take it easy, everything will be
Well,
fine.
Monday and Tuesday, I might be broadcasting from my hot tub in Hookertown in
All right.
Ohio. Yeah, in fact, I probably will be if I can at least find a prostitute with a bikini. Get her in the hot tub too. Chat.
Yeah, HT is thinking about becoming a porno star, and I told him that maybe Richard could be his assistant.
Well, see,
You. I was referring to you, Richard.
who's eight? You mean who? HD? Who's that?
Hey, Honest Pakistani.
Oh, HP. Oh, yeah. I know. I'm the one that told him. He says he has a really small penis, and I said he should, specialize in small penis porn. There's a market for that.
Yeah, man.
That's where he got the idea from. Was from me. I was whining about being a virgin and small penis, and I said, look, you should be a porn star. You get like the hottest babes, and they'll make fun of your small penis, but you won't be a virgin anymore, and you make some money.
Yeah, well, I told him he
Kill
could
three birds in one stone.
get started as a fluffer, you know?
Right?
That's a start, you know?
Yeah, I don't know if I want to be the fluffer or not.
Joe, I've got a crazy idea. I've got a crazy idea. You know, it's about 10 days or like 12 days that I'm gonna leave. So I thought that I better call her, that lady, you know, the Ukrainian one,
Yeah.
and meet her for the last time and then leave the country. What do you think about it? Do you think that that's stupid or?
Okay, I know what you're talking about.
I don't know. My friend here says that, like, you know, you're gonna leave, you're gonna get lost from her life, so just go and visit her for the last time and make her visit you for the last time. So, you know, just call her and
Yeah,
things. I'm so doubtful about it. Well, what do you think about it?
Well,
we're
I don't
talking
even know the situation, but if you're leaving the country for good and you have any kind of relationship at all, it'd be kind of rude to leave without saying goodbye, wouldn't it?
yeah, you should. You should meet up with her, man, before you leave.
Do you know who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, man.
The one that I saw in the uni, and
Yeah, the one I seen her picture.
yeah. No, no, no,
No,
not
not
that one.
not
But
that one.
Doc, I don't see how any of that matters. If you have any kind of relationship, I don't care if it's the doorman or the newspaper delivery person or anybody you have had any association with at all, you should say goodbye and tell them you're leaving, regardless of who it is. Unless you really don't like them or something, that would be different. But you're kind of asking, like, should I make an appointment to say goodbye to somebody that you
No,
kind
no,
of like?
dude. That's the one who stopped being friends with me and things. You
Yeah, I
remember?
know which one. I know which one you're talking about, man.
Well, if you
The,
stop being friends with you, then don't worry about it. If it's
the
already
dancer.
over, you don't have to say goodbye. That'd be different.
The
I
dancer.
don't know the whole story, so I'm
Yeah.
just going to shut up. So.
Yeah, I know which one.
No, Richard, you were here when we were talking about it.
My icon might have been in the room, but I don't really know what you're talking about. The only thing I've ever heard you talk about
You
was
even
the
gave
girl,
me advice on it.
the older lady, you mean?
The philosopher one.
No. The Irish Ukrainian.
Yeah. That's the one. Yeah, you had that in common with her. Oh, the books that you read, and she was very surprised. Yeah, I know which one.
Well, I
Dude,
just say
dude,
this: it's
dude,
a
dude,
really
dude, dude.
bad, it's a
The one went with the Lebanese
bad
guy.
program to burn your bridges, and it's a good program to always leave things
Oh, the one
well
with the
enough
Lebanese
so
guy.
you can be friends
Yeah,
again, even if
yeah.
you're not sure you want to be.
Joe got me. Joe
Wow.
got me. Joe got
Okay,
me.
that one. Okay, that one. Wow. Okay.
Well, what do you think, Joe? That one. What do you think? Do you think is it stupid to call her or what?
Man, listen to your heart, man.
There you go.
My heart says stupid things, dude.
Oh, does it?
That's your dick. He didn't say listen to your dick. He said listen to your heart. Two different things.
Okay then. I'm gonna call. I'm gonna call her right now.
All right, man.
Okay.
Can we listen in and give you advice as you're talking?
No, I will. I will.
I
Drop
was
off
joking.
now. Yeah, I
I
will
was
drop
joking.
off.
You can call her and say, hey, wait a minute, I'm in a chat room on the internet. Let me see what my friends say I should say.
Listen, Hassan, whenever you get into a situation like that and you have the doubt going on, you shouldn't have to ask anyone. Just listen to your heart, man.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that.
Don't burn your bridges and leave your options open. That's my advice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good advice.
See you.
Good advice, Richard.
See
Yeah.
you.
There's no reason, even if you think you might not want it. It's kind of like I see Armando's icon come up. Leave the option open that you might not want to burn in hell as long as you can. For example.
You
Right,
know
Armando?
what you just said there, Richard. I mean, at a young age, like when somebody is 16, 17, right? I'm talking about a male. We're full of, uh, how would you call it? We feel immortal,
Piss and
right?
vinegar is what my dad used to say.
Well, we feel like we're immortal, kind of thing. And
Right.
yeah, we burn some bridges, don't we?
Oh yeah, I think that lasts up until you're about 30, personally.
Yeah. That's a good point there. And then you get older and you think, yeah, man, it's not wise to burn bridges.
Well, it's unnecessary. The only thing you're really doing is reducing one possible option that you might want later. It's not necessary to leave and say "fuck you." You can just leave. You can leave politely. You don't
Yeah,
have
you
to
don't.
completely destroy the option by saying "fuck you." You just hold your
Exactly.
tongue a little.
Exactly.
But you're right. As young men, we do burn, not just with girlfriends, but with a whole series of people, jobs and employers and other employees, and look at all the sort of crazy stuff that goes on in chat rooms on the internet, where people are burning bridges all the time. Oh, fuck you, you're a troll, and fuck you this, and showing Kayla's nude pictures to people, and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Goes on all the time with young people.
Yeah, I learned to be like that. I'd be drinking with friends and stuff. We had a place that we rented out this basement and stuff, and then after a while, things would get stupid. My friends would get all fucking stupid, and I would just sneak out, walk out. They wouldn't even notice. I would go home because I just get fed up with the bullshit. My mind would say, you know what, I've had enough. Fuck this. I'm out of here. And then the next day they'd say, where the fuck did you go, man? And I'd say, what do you mean? I just, not say much about it. Let them figure it out. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, I burned a lot of bridges in my day. That's for sure.
Oh, I wasn't burning bridges by doing that. It's just,
right. No, I know. Yeah, I was saying I was kind of the opposite. Where I would have burned a bridge. I was more of those guys than you back then. I'd have been joining right in and egging them on.
I just figured, the party's over for me. It's time to go home, Time to get to bed.
Yeah, think about how much worse those situations are today. Today, you're going to have some drunken girl being gang raped by 5 people at the party. It's not like committing vandalism on somebody's mailbox when we were kids. There's that kind of crazy shit is much more salacious, violent, and evil today than it was when we were kids.
No, my friends would never do that, man.
Right, but those, if you jump forward to today, you say that, I guarantee you, all the kids that get caught doing those gang rapes of kids, all of their friends the day before that would say the same thing. Oh, my friends would never do that. But it happens. Of course, I guess people involved in those situations don't really think of it as rape. They sort of think, well, she's passed out. She said yes. She probably won't even remember. And who cares? And they're drunk is how they come to that conclusion. They're not violent, crazy rapists. They're just drunk dumbasses, as far as I'm concerned.
No, my friends had a moral compass, man. They wouldn't do that.
Yeah, my friends all had a much better moral compass than I did. That's for sure. They were all, I come from upper class, area where all the kids' parents were pretty rich and well off and well behaved and all that. I was more
and back at that time, there was no date rape drug like there is today.
Well, there were Quaaludes. That was like just after I got out of high school. The Quaaludes that Bill Cosby was using was a big thing, popular drug. Was the same thing.
I never seen a Quaalude, man.
Really? Oh, they were wicked popular in America. Fuck, some of like the dancers, the titty dancers, they take them by the handfuls because you build up a tolerance to them. Oh, they were really popular back in the late 70s. And like I joined the Navy in 78, and they were really popular then. I mean, they were everywhere. There wasn't nothing to buy some Quaaludes.
Yeah, I had a couple older friends that talked about Quaaludes, but I'd never seen one.
Yeah, and now I liked them. The only reason I like drugs like that is because you can take one and you have to drink like 5% as much alcohol to get the same buzz, and dollars for buzz, it just saves you money. One Quaalude and 2 beers is cheaper than a 12-pack, so why not?
Yeah, I had this one friend. He would be drinking. He'd be sober, and he'd come over, and he'd have a couple of beers, and all of a sudden, this guy was fucking wasted. and we couldn't figure out how he got so fucking wasted. Well, he was taking his fucking mom's Ferinols, man.
All right, there you go.
That's what he was doing. You know,
Yeah, I took one of those, I think they're 10 milligram blue Valiums that my grandmother had once and went out drinking with my friends. And man, I was crawling home, but I embarrassed the shit out of myself in front of my grandmother. But
up to then, up till then, I'd never heard of Ferinols, man.
yeah, I don't really know what that is either. Some kind of downer, I guess, right?
I don't know. All I
Yeah,
know is he
probably
was
some
fucking always
muscle relaxer. Just, you know, it's like Valium and all that other shit. You know, it's all the same.
probably, you know, fucking after a couple of beers, this guy's fucking out, you know, like fucking totally fucking
I guess
wasted.
one of the big differences that makes for like an effective date rape drug is they have drugs that they design intentionally for memory loss. Like they have a drug called Ativan that they
Yeah,
give for high anxiety, but it was originally made so to give to pregnant women so that they would forget the horrible pain of childbirth. And those are the kind of drugs that a real date rapist wants to use because it blocks out any memory of what actually happened. And the only way the girl's going to know is that she's naked and there's a wet spot on the bed. But she won't remember anything with the right kind of date rape drug. Quaaludes weren't like that. You just get, you know, fucked up and not, you know, not really know what's going on. But it's another example of a well-intentioned plan going awry. You know, it's kind of a good idea to have drugs that, you know, might keep memories of something horrible happening to you away if that horrible thing has to be done, you know, whether it's surgery or whatever. But then some other person comes along and slips it in somebody's drink for some nefarious reason.
how would you feel if some women raped you, Richard?
Is she good looking?
Not necessarily.
I guess I would feel, you know, in some sense, I'd like to say I wouldn't care, and but I might. But I guess in some sense, I'd like to say that I hope I would think, you know, I guess score one for the women. You know, if they're that fucking, they need to rape somebody that bad. I'm glad it was me and somebody instead of somebody who might really care, like a Christian virgin or somebody saving themselves for marriage or something. And in a sense, you know, it sort of evens the score with all the rapes that men do to women. So I guess that's how I'd like to look at it. Who knows? I might go into some severe depression or something. It's one of those things you just don't know. I think every rape victim kind of has their own way of dealing with it.
So you
It's
wouldn't
never
feel
happened to
violated?
me, so I don't know. Huh?
You wouldn't feel violated?
Well, sure, I would, but I really wouldn't care. It doesn't seem like, you know, if some broad wants to jump up and down on my cock, you know, I guess that's being violated, but I really don't care. Any woman that wants to jump up and down on my cock is okay with me, whether she's raping me or not. So it's not something I care about. Kind of reminds me of this B movie I saw once, where these girls, you know, they escape from jail, and this one girl gets this nerdy dude and pulls his pants down and starts fucking him. He's crying like a little baby, and she's just laughing like, dude, you spent half your life trying to get some pussy, now you finally get some, and you're crying.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it was called Switchblade Sisters. It's the fucking wackiest little half, you know what a B movie is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's called Switchblade Sisters, dude, and it's just wacky and funny, and you got these three hot broads going around, you know, fucking guys, and it's just stupid, you know. That's the only scene I remember from the movie, so I don't think it was that great. I guess just the fact that I remember the name and I saw it probably 30 years ago, maybe it is all right.
Switchblade Sisters, eh?
Yep, that was the name. Yeah, it started out with, I don't know, like the weenie broad getting gang raped by the women in prison, and then they all escape. You know, that sort of thing. She didn't really get gang raped. It's just like the head lady just said, you know, I got all the help I need, and there are the Switchblade Sisters in the back. So the girl kind of said, oh, okay, I'll eat your pussy.
I used to like the Penthouse magazine, man.
Oh yeah, I haven't bought one for years, but yeah, I love Penthouse. They actually sell Asian Playboy at the 7-Eleven up the road. And if I wasn't, you know, kind of friends with the girls that work there, I'd buy one. But I don't want them, you know, I just don't want to look bad in front of them, so I never buy one. It just looks
But
stupid, I guess.
yeah, but I'm going back to when I was like, I don't know, 16, 17, man.
Well,
That's
Penthouse
the
was
last
always
time.
a little more graphic with just as good looking women. And in fact, I like Penthouse, the body style that Larry Flint likes better than sort of the big boobed, big boned women Hugh Hefner
Right.
likes. I prefer the body style of Penthouse more than the body style of Playboy. I mean, those girls are fine and everything, but they're just they're a little too booby for me. Hugh Hefner likes big tits, and I don't like big tits at all. Nothing, you know, all I think of when I see a girl with big tits is those tits are going to be hanging around her knees, like, you know, when she's 80, like all the women I saw in National Geographic that,
Yeah.
you know, when I was 8. And I don't want my 80-year-old wife with tits hanging down to her fucking knee when I go to bed.
I hear you.
Yeah, my wife, she's 48 or something. She has super firm tits. You know, they're just like a fucking 20-year-old.
I like natural tits, man.
Yeah, me too. You know, it's one thing like people talk about ladyboys. They all have these really big tits. I don't know, nothing I would talk to them about, but I always wonder, why don't any of them have something that's more natural to go with their body? Why do they have to, you know, look like a California porn star? It just doesn't match up with
Right.
either their body style or the fact that they're Asian. It just looks kind of dumb.
Right. Like Dolly Parton tits, man. You know, so big, you know.
But that Canadian girl that was going out with Kid Rock, I think she's had like over a dozen.
Yeah.
She can't figure out whether she wants a big Pamela Anderson. She doesn't know if she
Yeah.
wants a big or small. She makes them bigger and then smaller and bigger and smaller. And it's like, geez, just stay with what you have would have been simpler. You know?
Yeah, I never really found her to be really pretty, to be honest. You know, with all the makeup she puts on, yeah, she looks okay, but she's not naturally beautiful, if you ask me.
Right. Yeah, and I always thought, like back when you remember Charlie's Angels when we were kids, I always thought the brunette, who other people would think wasn't the pretty one, was the prettiest one of them all. I had Kate
Yeah.
somebody.
Jacqueline Smith.
No, not Jacqueline Smith. The other brunette, Kate Jackson. I thought
Kate Jackson. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought she was the prettiest one of them all.
Kate Jackson. Yeah. Me too, man. Naturally beautiful, eh?
She was.
Oh,
And that Farrah Fawcett, I don't know if she puts on an act or not. But I saw her on Jay Leno a few years back, and I swear to God that broad is either dumb as a fucking post or pretending to be as dumb as a post. I don't know which it is, but
Yeah,
son of a bitch, I
yeah, she
just
passed
can't.
on. She
Did
passed
she?
on, eh? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but she, if it was an act, it was a good act because she was just flaky and as blonde as you can get. Oh, she was good looking.
Yeah, she passed on.
Even at 50
She passed on
something,
from
she was, what'd
from
she die from?
breast cancer.
Oh, yeah. Kate Jackson had one of her boobs removed for cancer. Huh. I wonder how many people are going to have their dicks removed because of cell phones someday. Oh, that'll be a big thing 30 years from now. Is there'll be this big wave of like 60-year-old men having their balls cut off. They have their cell phone in their pocket for 50 years. You know?
I mean, it's a known fact that, you know, cell phones, you know, people getting tumors and stuff from them.
Are they? Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, when
But
I was first saying was getting a cell phone for my car, I think it was Big Al. I said, you know, don't leave it in your pocket. You know, it definitely has radiation, and you know, don't put it up to your ear. Just use the speaker. Keep a little bit away from your face and away from your dick. And you know, there were people out there mentioning how it's important not to keep it in your pocket all the time. You know?
right. And, you know, people that have, you know, the heart, what do you call those
Pacemaker?
units? Yeah,
Pacemaker?
pacemakers. Yeah, I'm sure they affect them as well, man.
Yeah, oh, I would imagine.
I mean, the hospitals, they have I guess those plastic things that say, you know, turn off cell phones, you know, when you go into the hospital.
Yeah.
That has to do with the pacemakers. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see what kind of problem it's going to be 50 years down the road from these kids that started having them when they're, you know, 5 and 6. You know, that'll be interesting to see. Most of us,
Yeah.
you know, most of us haven't really had it that long compared to
Right.
these kids that start at 5 and 6 years old. I mean, there are kids in my neighborhood that are, you know, I don't know how old they are really, but I'm guessing they're 6 to 8. You know, sitting around playing, you know, games on their cell phone at the park all day.
Right.
Yeah, I've been pretty good about not giving a shit about it. The only thing I really use it for is to call my wife once in a while now. So whatever the attraction is for everybody else, it just didn't affect me. It really does not interest me at all.
I mean, we're around radiation, you know, like all these signals and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, look, where I'm sitting, I got the 30-inch computer screen, you know, in front of me, the 42-inch fucking television. I got the Wi-Fi from the computer, the cell phone sitting there, you know, the fucking light in the ceiling. I mean, oh my God, you wonder what the next human mutations are going to be over this shit. You know, hopefully something good.
Right.
Going fucking tails out of our head or something before you know it.
We didn't have to worry about this stuff back in the old days.
You know, I saw an interesting show on Nova just a few minutes ago where a guy theorizes that the reason that human beings became so much smarter than apes is because, you know, he did this whole DNA search, and what he found was that there's a mutation that causes human jaw muscle to be significantly less than all the other apes. And what that does is the other apes' jaw muscles the size of your quads in their head. So what that does is it keeps their brains from being able to get as large as human beings. And he theorized the major reason that humans develop so much differently than apes is because of that mutation that prevents our jaw muscle from being even remotely as close to the size of all the other apes. It was pretty interesting, and they said it was a controversial, you know, idea and theory, but it kind of makes sense. You know, he showed the skulls and the amount of room that the other apes' muscles take up in the brain, and you know, the human thing. It all makes sense. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. It was interesting. Yeah, it was a muscular dystrophy doctor who was trying to find, a genetic type cure for muscular dystrophy and ran into
Yeah.
this muscle mutation that ended up being the jaw, or the jaw muscle, rather. Whatever happened to Larry Bird? I've seen something on TV with Larry Bird. Is he still alive?
I believe so. You're talking about the basketball player, Larry Bird.
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't heard anything. I think he's still around. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they said he was a hard-working son of a bitch.
Oh yeah. He's still in his small town where he's from.
Okay.
I remember seeing him in the 70s, man, for the Boston Celtics, man. One of the best players I've ever seen play that game, man.
Yeah, I saw a show on him one time, and they just talked about the amount of hours, that he put in practicing and how dedicated he was to being just as good as he could possibly be.
Yeah, unbelievable talent. Him and Magic Johnson were really, good off the court as well, eh?
Yeah, they were
became
good friends, I guess. Yeah, that's another thing that was in that little spiel, little show I saw. They talked about what good friends they were and how Larry Bird was kind of devastated when Magic Johnson had, found out HIV.
Yeah, yeah. I seen the same thing, man, that you seen.
Okay. Yeah, it was an interesting. I like stuff like that because it's one of those things you can park in the, who cares department, but it's still interesting to watch. Learn about.
Yeah, yeah.
That.
Interesting to see the love that they had for each other, man.
Mm-hmm. And
on the court.
I give a lot of credit to Magic Johnson for the way he dealt with, having HIV and surviving it, and coming out and telling people, and he seemed to handle it with a lot of class. And of course, everybody always say he was a pretty classy guy anyway. I don't know how being a classy guy and fucking 10,000 girls all matches up, but evidently it does. Maybe that's why he was able to fuck 10,000 girls. I don't know.
Yeah, that's crazy, eh? Just to think about, what a slut he was, eh?
I guess, yeah, it is pretty crazy. But given all these girls throwing themselves at you, it's kind of hard to resist, I guess, too.
I don't know. I don't think I could do that.
I could. If I was a rock star and, there's 15 fucking beautiful young girls just dying to fuck me, so they said they did, I would be fucking as many as often as I could. It wouldn't bother me a bit. I feel like I was doing a public service to my fans and leave it at that.
I don't know, man. I think you can be a rock star and you wouldn't have to be a hoe.
Well, you could be, but I wouldn't want to be. I would prefer to be the hoe, actually. Of course, with today's, the only game changer really is HIV. I don't care about anything else, but I don't want to die just to have sex. That's just dumb. Now, I know a guy over here. He's in his, I don't know, he must be pushing 70 now, because I've known him for the longest time. But he has some business connection with Thailand. He spends maybe 6 or 7 months here. He gets about 1 or 2 prostitutes every day. He's been doing this for 20, 30 years, and he never uses a condom. It's like, wow, man, you're rolling the dice more than I would.
Well, man, he's asking for it.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy, huh? What's even crazier is that he can find, different prostitutes that don't require him to use a condom. That's kind of what gets me, too.
Can you imagine, one day you don't feel so good and you're sick, and then you go to your doctor and you're telling him, hey, this is how I feel, and then you have blood work done, and you go see the doctor. He says, well, these are the results. You got this, and you're like, wow, fuck me, why did I do that?
Exactly. I
You know,
mean, you never know too. He may be in the camp of people that says, "Well, I'll just be like Magic Johnson and take a handful of pills, and I'm gonna live anyway. So who cares?" I mean, you don't know how people think. I don't really think HIV is a death sentence anymore. It's only a death sentence if you don't have good insurance and can't pay for the pills.
yeah, but I don't like to think that, I could, take a chance and you know, gamble on some pills.
Right.
Fuck.
Oh yeah. I understand what you're saying completely. That's you know, I think that the HIV and AIDS probably is what keeps me able to stay married. If it weren't for HIV and AIDS, the temptation to have sex with so many beautiful prostitutes would probably overcome my desire to stay married. I think it's hard to say. I mean, I don't know, but I think that's probably true.
But yeah, you were talking about like, someone who, a rock star and, getting all these women, coming at you. Yeah, right now, at my age, I'm not looking at that. But yeah, I guess, if you're in your early 20s and you're someone like a Steven Tyler or Jim Morrison, yeah, I guess your libido, you know, once Charlie pops out, you know, of course you're going to take care of business from that point of view. You're not thinking about morals. Yeah, you're going to get it on for sure.
Yeah, I think the real problem that those folks have is really the drugs. They got so much money and such a lack of experience. Next thing you know, they got a whole big fucking glass bowl full of cocaine, and not only are the hookers or the sluts throwing themselves at them, the drug dealers are throwing themselves at them too.
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is, they're on the road, man, and the road is lonely. You go to one motel to a fucking another,
Right.
and it gets lonely out there, right? So yeah, that plays into it too, eh?
Yeah, it probably fucks with your brain too. And 1 minute you're on
Yeah,
stage and there's like 10,000 people that love you and you're not lonely at all. Then you get back to your hotel room and you're on the bus and you're like,
yeah,
where'd all my friends go? Yeah,
right. Yeah, that
probably a
that
weird
messes
mess with your
that
head.
messes with your mind. Yeah, for sure. You get back to your motel room and it's all fucking quiet. You don't know what to do with yourself.
Excuse me, Jose de Mello.
Yeah, Ron.
Uh, uh, do you remember that one I wrote called Sandbox of the Mind?
Yeah, yeah, Ron.
Okay, I have additional verses. I just wrote them up here a few moments ago, and I'd like to like recite them and see
All
what
right,
you.
Ron.
Okay, well, like I said, it's a continuation of that first part. Okay, then it goes. There is a rut among the sand, innocuous and bland, until someone comes near the cesspool. The noxious stench and slime, meant to hurt and bind, can only be addressed with questions. For when they go too far to oppress and claim the star, I think to ask with reason, how can you do and say what best for all today, where many fall to you as victims? That was that part. I haven't made up anything else.
That's pretty good, man.
Yeah, yeah. No. It's like I'm just I'm just chatting along, and all of a sudden it occurs to me, and I just start jotting it down. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Many fall as victims, eh? Wow.
The what, please?
Many fall as victims, eh?
Oh, of course. I mean,
That's,
it could be applied to everything, but like I said, that sandbox in our mind is the simple thesis, if you will, right?
yeah,
We are the grains of sand in that box, which is what we can call reality, and we
right.
shift around and move, and I'm just using that thesis, right,
Man, good.
as thesis to the rest of the story, narrative in the body of the work.
Right. I like those grains of sand that you're referring to.
Right, right. Like I said, that sandbox in our minds, sandbox, us in that box from our minds. That's like the thesis, like the real philosophical part, the ethereal, the beauty of it, if you will. Yeah.
Right.
But it's like I said, I was just enjoying the chat stream and trying to catch up on the Trump stories here.
Right.
And it just occurred to me, and I just wrote it out. And well, since you're, dude, you're a rocker, dude. I wanted to say, hey, man, what do you think of this?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what happened with Richard. He just dropped out, man. I
Oh,
was
maybe.
in
Oh
that
no,
conversation, and
no,
you
no,
came in,
I
and I,
just. Well, I didn't want to miss you in case you didn't join the next hangout.
no, I
And
was happy you came in too, man, because I wanted you to engage in that conversation as well.
well, no, it's early on. If you notice that I made a couple of comments, not really aggressive comments, but general comments, and I knew where it was going to go if I kept commenting, so that's why I dropped out.
Well, that's too bad, man.
Oh no, no. In the future, I'm going to build it up a little longer and a little longer. You notice I didn't argue with him. I'm reverting back to when I originally started. I try to imitate them, and it doesn't work. I feel miserable. It's embarrassing. I feel shame trying to be like that. I can't do it. I've proven it
Yeah,
to myself.
but it was good because it was pleasant. The conversation was pretty pleasant, and I thought, well, right on, we're on to something new here, which is good.
Yeah. Well, no, no, but predictably, I know, right, if I keep going, it's going to get to that point again. So basically, what I'm doing now is, uh, uh, well, going back to where I'm normally really just comfortable, happy. I'm really happy here, like chatting with you. And like earlier when
Yeah, it doesn't have to get to that point, though. It doesn't have to get to that point.
well, no, but I'm not the one that starts it. That's what I'm pointing out. And I have been pointing out. That's why I started imitating them to point it out. Now I'm not imitating them, and I've proven my point. So, like I said, when I go in, I'm going to talk like I just spoke with Richard Garnash earlier. Exactly the same thing, right? And then if you were listening to his responses, where it's like, well, yeah, all right, it's like, okay, all right, but he wants to come back being an assertive person that he is. We all have that aggression, one way or the other.
We
We
all
have,
have a personality. We all have a
but see,
personality.
I want to avoid any conflict. Like I was talking to Buddy W before, right? And he was talking about cars. I like cars. I know cars.
Yeah,
Some
man.
other people were there, obviously, and they heard me. I wasn't arguing with them, and I told them, "Hey, look, I'm not trying to pester you here. You would talk about cars. I like it. I mean, I like it. I can talk about guns, cars, music, name it. There's a lot of things I can talk about. But like I said, if it comes down to certain topics, it's best if we just don't go there because emotions get in the way, and it's not my emotions. So
Right.
with Mr. Garnash and everybody else, I'm going to go back to my original pattern where I'm happy. And like I said, like be polite and stuff. And if I sense that it's going to come up sooner or later, I'll stop right there and get out of it. Because I know the personality, the profile initially. But like I said, now it's like, okay, if I know that they're going to start, ramping it up, so to speak, and
Right.
go back to emotions, because that's what it is when they start cursing, being rude, sniping, timing, yeah, but emotions overwhelm better judgment. That's what that is. Technically,
Yeah.
that's what it is. I can't get around it. It's a fact, right? But
Yeah.
how?
Ronan,
Yes.
you should listen to the album "L.A. Woman."
Okay. No, like I said, I'm riding my bicycle or I'm doing something in my shop when I used to work on bikes and stuff, and
Yeah.
the radio's going. Jose de Mello, the radio's going. Like I said, I've done it all my life, right? All my life. Started with a simple little AM radio, 9-volt battery, dude. Jumped around, right? And all they would do is play the song, go to the next song, talk a commercial, go to the next song, commercial song, and then well, that's what it is. And like people would talk to me and they say, "Hey, man, have you heard that? I don't know. What do you mean you haven't heard it, man? It's on the radio." I said, "Well, how does it go?" "L.A. woman." Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you know? Well, because the man on the radio never says the name. I don't know the name of the band. It just I don't know.
Well,
Yeah, because it's like, hey, dude, the radio, man, click it on. It's like every time I go to my shop, but right, garage in the back, right, man, it's all set up, right there, a little bench I built myself, and all that's, the whole 9 yards, right, and I got my bikes there, and boom, 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 I work on them. I mean,
Yeah,
the radio's going, and I,
yeah.
and
Jim
myself,
Morrison.
I'm sure,
Jim Morrison. Yeah,
yeah,
he
yeah.
was he was charged with indecent exposure in New Haven, Connecticut. They did a concert, and he was charged with supposedly he exposed his private on stage, and he was charged with that. And what happened was after that charge, his lawyers, it was he he was going to do the trial, but what happened was he went to Paris, and LA Woman was the last album that they did, The Doors. LA Woman, he honored LA, and anyway, unfortunately, while he was in Paris, he died. You know, and yeah, everybody was shocked when they received the news that Jim Morrison passed away. At that time, um, when someone dies, uh, the body, I think the next day, they're buried, kind of thing, right? They're not preserved. That's the way they do it there in Europe. Yeah, that's a little side note of that. Listen to there's a song, "The Hyacinth House." It's a Doors song. I think you'll enjoy it, uh, Rowan. I really got into the Doors at a young age. I got a double cassette, "Weird Scenes Inside the Gold Mine." It's a beautiful tune, man. A lot of his poetry is in that song. Amazing, amazing band. One of my favorite bands actually is the Doors.
Well, years ago, well, decades ago, I that piano opening to "Light My Fire."
Yeah,
Right, I played it on a piano. Well, just the opening. I didn't go through the whole song. I was busy with something else. I played that opening, and then I put it onto a guitar, and I said, "Oh, okay, I got it," and moved on. That's as close as I remember really
yeah,
following
I
the
like
tune that much
I
because
like
I
the
like
opening
"Light
there.
My Fire." Um,
Yeah,
ah, I'm getting excited now. There's a lot.
but
Well,
yeah, the guitar
LA
player.
Woman. Well, there's
The,
a, yeah, LA Woman, and right there. It was right there.
yeah, man.
Yeah, there's a lot of tunes, right? If I think back about it, yeah, man, Doors. Yeah, obviously they're cool.
Yeah, the guitar player Robbie Krieger actually wrote that "Light My Fire." That was their big hit in the beginning there, man. That's what got them on the map.
Yeah, it's a good tune. I'm telling you, it's a real good tune.
And Jim Morrison and Raymond Zurich, they knew each other from college, and they met uh, at Venice Beach. And Raymond Zurich hadn't seen Jim in a while, and he said, "What are you up to, man?" And Jim, "Oh, I'm just bumming around, you know." He didn't know where his life was going at that point, and that's when he said, "Yeah, what are you doing?" He says, "Well, I'm just writing some stuff, some poetry and whatnot." He goes, "Yeah, what do you got, man?" He says, "Well, I got this here. It was Moonlight Drive, eh?" He says, "Yeah, let me hear it, man." And anyway, he recited that poem to him, and Raymond Zerk was blown away, man. He's like, "Hey, man, let's do something with that, man. Let's get together, eh?" He already had a couple of friends, a band, Robbie Krieger and John Densmore, and it started there. Jim had no real talent. He couldn't sing or anything like that. But anyway, that's how they got started. And he got on the microphone and started reciting some poetry and stuff, and that's how they started that band. Amazing, eh? Like, what are the odds? Do you know what I'm saying?
It happens. I mean, we can see it happen. We have the history of it. I mean, that's the beauty of it all. It's like just the chemistry is there. It's like boom. It just happens that way. Amazing.
Yeah, man.
Amazing.
Yeah. What a combination. I mean, there would be no Doors without Jim Morrison. You know, his poetry and amazing stuff, man. And you have to remember Ray Manzarek, amazing, amazing, pianist, keyboardist. Robbie Krieger, his guitar style, flamenco, and he didn't use no picks, eh? He just his guitar style. He played with his fingers, eh? Or with his fingers, no picks involved. And the drummer John Densmore, that jazz style, drumming that he had, really impressive.
Oh, the mix worked.
Hmm.
Obviously, it worked very well. I mean, like you can point things out like that. Like, well, Queen, right? You want a Queen, right? The guitarist for Queen, right? He's
John
known.
May, yeah.
There you go. See, same thing. Everybody. Well, uh,
Brian May,
uh,
sorry, Brian May.
Brian May, right? Everybody attuned to the well that genre of music. They know that detail. They know that detail. And well, like I said, the chemistry works with different bands, and they have something, and it's like, man, that draws attention.
Yeah, man. And Freddie, wow, we're never going to see another Freddie, man. Freddie Mercury, unbelievable.
Yeah, that's one
That
thing about
voice.
one thing about stars. No two are alike. They both shine bright, but no two are alike.
And to listen to him on the piano, wow, man, unbelievable.
Yep, it's amazing. It was amazing.
For watching Live Aid, what he did there. I mean, the whole band, but Freddie, his personality, and the way he got the crowd involved, it was just. I don't think you'll ever see that again. You know,
You never know. You never know. It just happens. Every
yeah,
decade. Every decade has its stars. So
magic, man. That was magic. I remember where I was when that Live Aid happened, man. I remember exactly where I was, man. It was a beautiful summer day. It was a whole bunch of friends. We were together watching that outside on a TV, drinking some beer and smoking some herb. Excuse me for a minute. I'm gonna make some tea, Ronan.
okay, okay. What? Hello.
Yeah, Ronan.
Armando Vargas might start another one. We've hit the 8 hour, so if I drop out, it's probably because I went to the next hangout. But I'll wait for you to get back.
Think of you too when you first heard you too.
You too?
Yeah,
Oh man, I can't tell you. I mean, I know
you don't recall.
I've heard a lot of their tunes, right? But it's like, to me, it's like one big now in music. I have to go
Right.
trace it all the way back. I don't have that kind of memory for those things. It's just like, oh, I remember that tune.
Yeah, I will follow. I remember hearing "I will follow" and that sound, and I try to figure out who's that. Who's that band? You too. And I thought, you too. What the heck is you too? And then the DJ said that was the band, you too. That was a weird name for me, you too. Okay,
Yeah, it's
that's the
catchy. It's catchy.
yeah,
The letter U, the number two, you too.
yeah.
So it's like,
Okay. It was so weird, you too. I've heard of UFO. Okay, these guys are you too. All right.
it was catchy. It's catchy,
Yeah,
and
man.
and to face it, I mean, they have a good history now.
Yeah, and then I remember hearing, I guess, yeah, Sunday, Bloody Sunday. When I heard that,
Sunday, bloody yeah, I remember that one.
yeah, I remember hearing that, and then I can't believe the news today. Hearing the whole song, I'm like, wow, man, that's fucking deep, man. I know what that's about. Man, this guy's making a political, comment on what the bloodshed there, in Ireland. This
Yep.
is this is heavy shit, man. Wow, I never heard anybody sing like that, make a political comment like that. And then I remember hearing New Year's Day. Yeah, I knew they were special, man, from that moment on. When the Joshua Tree came out, I knew that these guys they were going to be big, man.
Yeah, I hear that's one of the more famous albums.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, I knew that album, Joshua Tree. I knew that was going to be it. That was going to be their, let's say, like Fleetwood Mac Rumors album, or the Dark Side of the Moon album for Pink Floyd. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, the classic,
Yeah,
the classic.
and sure enough, it is. The Joshua Tree is their classic. Yeah, there's a song in that album, One Tree Hill, where they honor um, a couple of people. Carol, which was one of their roadies, and Jara, the Chilean protester, human rights, who was murdered by Chilean dictators' people. In the 73 coup d'etat.
There's history lessons in what he sings.
Yeah, heavy stuff. Recorded in Hamilton, Ontario. That track. Daniel Lanois, um, Canadian producer. Brian Eno, also another Canadian, uh, was involved in that album. Yeah, I think Bono, he's an amazing poet, to be honest with you, bro. After we lost John Lennon, we inherited Bono.
Is there any modern bands you like, or like
Today,
in today's times that you enjoy listening to, or do you still enjoy that genre, those 2 3 decades that you enjoy so much?
man, I don't know. It's hard to answer. Today's music isn't. to be honest.
Oh, okay. I mean,
I'm
that's cool.
still waiting. I'm still waiting. U2 is going to come out with a new album. There's some stuff easily moved by some of this stuff nowadays. It doesn't. There's something lacking.
Really? Okay.
I mean, I remember bands like Iron Maiden, Beast. Um, that's the metal, my metal side. Even like Motorhead. Ozzy Osbourne, of course, man. Black Sabbath, some good stuff there too. I mean, nowadays, you don't have these bands like Zeppelin.
Well, yeah. Well, times have changed. I enjoy them. I enjoy the modern. Well, I enjoy all music really, but yeah, no,
I
I
mean,
enjoy the modern sounds.
the Killers, that band, the Killers, they try to, mimic. But it doesn't do it for me. It's a hard one to answer, Rowan.
Oh no, no, it's. I mean, people like what they like. I have no issue with that. Different people. I know people that don't. I mean, rockers. I mean, these guys are hardcore rockers, and I know them. Well, I used to know them. Man, they don't want to hear disco. They don't want to hear country. They just don't like it. It's like, okay.
No, yeah, country. There's some country, some good country nowadays, man, that I enjoy. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, man. But on the rock side, there isn't much that impresses me. Leonard Skinner, I don't hear that. You know, that kind of sound.
Well, I mean, that's what you prefer. There's nothing wrong with that. It's what you prefer.
Like where are the Robert Plants of today?
I don't know. Well, like I said, that was their time. That's all I can say, really, because there's voices that I enjoy today, and they're nice, very nice.
I think
Honestly.
Adele is amazing.
Oh, Adele. Oh yeah, I like Adele. Oh man, she's awesome. Makes me cry.
Now you got me thinking.
Oh no, no. I mean, you are the like I basically. I guess I coined. I didn't coin the word or the idea, but I labeled you the rock historian around here. Well, one of two that I know of. Like I mean, what you're talking about. It's like it's like I suggested to Dave S. Yeah, do not be giving him trivia questions about rock. You're not going to win. Stick to what you like, 30s, 40s stuff. Oh, Cohen, stick to that stuff. Something remote to what his center is, because you're never going to win.
I seen Lady Gaga. She's got a new tune, "A Million Reasons." Yeah, nice tune, man.
Oh, she's got some very nice tunes. I mean, Adele's "Hello" is over near 2 billion views currently.
Wow,
2 billion.
that's incredible, man.
No, that's a real number. It's a real number. I mean, I've seen it many times, and There's other ones too. They're in the billion category. You know,
I've never heard those kind of numbers before.
no, if you look it up, hello Adele, you'll see it.
I
One
believe.
1 billion, 9 million, and then the numbers whatever. But okay, it's like cool. I mean, there's other billion view videos out there. There's a few of them, but quite a number actually. But it's because those songs are just that impressive to people. I mean, they're global. I watched one video. It's all in Spanish. I mean, I don't really know Spanish that well, so I went through and got the lyrics and I defined every word, and I understand what they're singing in terms of sounds, and now I understand the words and stuff, and it's all in Spanish. Recently, Honest Pakistani gave me two links, two different performers, three links. I bought it was three links, different styles, and they were all from his country,
Right.
native to his understanding of what music is, and man, it was brilliant, brilliant music. Yeah, very good actually. I didn't understand a word of it, but that's not the point.
You got a good stereo system there, right, Paul?
What's that? No, no, actually, just have a radio. If I get so-called loud, I got PA. I got PA. Four speakers, big PA speakers, two brains. I can operate them and mix things around. And well, I can mic up my instruments. That's what
Okay.
I call it.
Check out some Gypsy Kings
Oh yeah, I've heard Gypsy Kings.
on
Oh
YouTube.
yeah, I've listened to Gypsy Kings. Awesome,
All right.
awesome,
Yeah, man.
awesome stuff. It's like, well, here's the curveball: K-pop, Korean pop music. Right, I listened to that. It's very good. Like I said, Turkish music's very good. I mean, they're all coming out with some very good music.
Yeah, there's some Egyptian music I like too, man.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, man. It's like it's. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if they what they're saying when they sing, but it's a sound, and I
It's the
process
sound.
it.
Yeah.
I process it in sound, and it's a
Yeah.
very pleasant to me. I'm attracted to that sound because it's just so interesting. You know.
Yeah. Even voice of the singer and stuff, man. It's really moving. I can hear the desert in that music. Sense. You got to listen to some Fado. Use Fado, man.
Somewhat, please.
Fado. Fado. Traditional Portuguese Fado.
Oh, okay. So all I'd have to type into the search is traditional Portuguese music.
Yeah. Um, Maria Teresa.
Jose de Mello, would it be best to go Portuguese folk music or just Portuguese music?
No, just do her name, Maria Teresa Norano,
Fado,
Norano.
Fado.
Yeah,
Okay,
just do her name.
yeah, no, I found that one. It's the soul of Portugal. Okay, it's like old black and white. So I want to trace it back to that and then come forward to the
Yeah, if you
modern
go to
perform.
YouTube, if you go to YouTube, you'll get her stuff there. Gestano.
One more time, please.
Destagano.
Desagano.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
All right.
Desagano?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's spelled differently here. It says Desagano Primavera, Desagano de la Vista Salsa, and then Desagano with the ñ, right?
Did you put Maria Teresa Norano?
Maria Teresa. Oh, one.
Norano.
Spell that last name again, please.
Norano. Norh.
ANO.
Yeah.
So it's Maria Teresa Norano.
Yeah. Norronha.
MOR
N
N
O.
NOR.
Yeah.
Okay.
ONONA.
HA.
Yeah, that's it.
Maria Teresa Norano. Okay. Boom. Okay. She has 125 videos. A particular one that you would suggest?
Yeah, Disagano
Oh, the Desengaño.
or Sofeliz. Sofeliz.
Desengaño. Okay, I got that one. That seems to be her famous one.
Yeah,
Okay.
that one is beautiful. Disagano.
Desengaño.
Yeah.
Hello, it says a mellow.
Yes, Ron.
Yeah, I just heard that song, Desengaño.
Yep.
It, it's to me, it strikes me like an up tempo Italian style in rhythm. But
Right.
but that song Desengaño, but that part right there, it's more like Spanish guitar right in there. It's thrown right in there, and 2-4 meter, as best I can imagine it. But it that voice, man, it really comes out, man.
She's amazing. She's our the best that we had. Um, the the instrument there, there's an 8 string. It looks like it's not a guitar. I forget what they call it, but it's a traditional Portuguese instrument that has 8 strings, and it's a master player that plays that. That song, Dishagana, it means disillusioned. So she's disillusioned by her lover, and she also says that roses have, you know, what do you